Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London, saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Amazon University Esports Championship Final for the UK and Ireland. It is Apex Legends time. I am Chunks, joined by Mac, and wow, 6 games ahead of us, and the teams have already come through so much to get here.
It is so exciting as well. Like, there's been a huge build up to this. The finals now. It's been really, really cool to see like how many teams have just been getting involved. And really this week it's all or nothing to play for because the points have been reset. There is no disparity between the players at the top, and we could see some real wild cards take off this week. And I think we're both really interested in seeing how that plays out, Chunks.
Absolutely. The points are reset, but we should point out as well the fact that a couple of the teams, based on their placement from the previous rounds, have been able to carry some over. The first 5 teams have been able to pull them, so Evil Turnips have got 5 points to carry over. Apex Sus Boys with 4, Team Avalon with 3 points. Where's the Audio with 2, and Chai Challengers with 1. So those are obviously going to be the teams to watch, but I think in a best of 6, we were talking about it before we went live, there's a lot up in the air and a very limited sample size for these teams to be able to perform.
Yeah, for sure. But I that's part of like the beauty of like having these 6 games down, lots of points reset. It is just being able to like see like some of the lower teams that again maybe don't have some of these starting off points coming into this, really like coming up with some real crafty strategies as we go into like these maps. I do believe it has been World's Edge and Storm Point played throughout the series as well, so it's not maps that are unfamiliar to the teams who are competing. So especially with some like patch updates as well, it'll be really interesting, especially as we move into like the ever-evolving meta of Season 16 with all the new class systems, to see like what people have been cooking.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, starting out over on World's Edge for 2 games, then we're switching over to Storm Point for 2, then back to World's Edge for 1, and Storm Point to wrap us up. I think that the switch between maps is going to be interesting, especially when we look at things like the size of the maps, the choke points. I think maybe Storm Point is going to be the one that going into the later matches is probably best that we end on. It's going to be the kind of scrappier map, in my opinion. I think that is going to make things real interesting, especially if teams are able to just post up and set up those choke points early on.
Yeah, for sure. And especially with World's Edge, I'm interested to see like how people are dropping. So I believe that we may have some POI claims coming into this for World's Edge. I know Turnips are looking to like drop at Siphon. I don't think we've got any contests in terms of these drop spots, but there are a couple teams that haven't stayed where they want to go, so we could see some early hot drops, some early aggression coming through, especially from a couple of teams that maybe are lower down, some wild cards. I think one of them in particular that we were talking about before this was the Fourth Party, Chunks.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously we haven't had a chance to watch the previous rounds. There's been a lot of games going on in the background to get to this point, but a team that we wanted to touch on was the Fourth Party. The fact that they weren't super consistent throughout the qualifiers. I think it's fair to say that in week 1, every team that is here today was able to pop off and deliver those big games, but the Fourth Party, 34 points in week 1 compared to an average of 50 to 80 for everybody else. There's a huge gap there. But that could end up lending their play style to this, because we see some games no points whatsoever, like 5 points on the board, whereas we've got other matches where they're getting 25 points a game. So I think that a team like that is able to kind of switch between the two could absolutely pop off today, especially in a best of 6. Show up big, but at the same time, if you want a lot of points, you also take a lot of risks to get there. And now they're against the best university esports teams in the UK. They're really going to struggle. And Ireland, I should point out.
Oh yeah, of course. I
keep forgetting that one.
Do we have any Irish teams playing today? I'm not too sure, but I mean, we'll have a look in a sec. But I do want to talk about 2 teams in particular who were really a cut above the rest coming up into this. So that is University of Bristol's Evil Turnips and University of Sussex Apex Sus Boys coming into this. Only 1 point apart, but still over 40 points ahead of position 3. So obviously performed very consistently in these final weeks, has been consistent throughout, an absolute dominant performance in those first weeks as well. So I'm very interested to see that, like, whether or not they'll be able to perform when we go in towards these finals. Obviously they do have that slight point advantage coming into this as well, just from their placement and performance, but I wonder if they'll actually still be like stuff that people are avoiding. I know how BRs work. I know some teams are going to be playing ratty for those placement points, and to be honest, against players this good, I can't blame them.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to find the balance here, because every team all the way down to 15th place per match will get at least 1 point. Obviously, that ramps up very quickly when you get into the top end. So if you're in a position where you're like into the top 5, you're not super confident how you're going to make it to the end game, that's when you just start getting those kills. 1 kill equals 1 point, so that is where you can start stacking them up. And I think that going into the later game, obviously we mentioned the drop map being an important thing to touch on. As of now, it doesn't look like there's going to be any clashes in terms of drop spots where teams are going, but as we move on further in a best of 6, when it's make or break, if there's a team that only cares about the kills, then that game 5, game 6 is where the hot drops are likely to start coming out. And that's when we get the real action, it feels like. No slow early games when we get to that point.
Yeah, definitely. And I wonder if we'll see like some real all or nothing gambles in these early games as well, as we see people like start playing for these placements. I want to like touch quickly on what we're going to see like comp wise. So I'm sure many of you have been keeping up with Apex Legends, know about, even though after Sear's nerfs there has been an absolutely ridiculous combo coming online with, we have a Sear Catalyst. Those 2 ults make like any fight absolutely unplayable. It just basically free wall hacks, and whilst there's been an overall nerf to the scan meta, I feel like Sear's still going to have a very solid home in these matches. I know for a fact that Bang Blood never go like out of fashion at all. So in terms of comps, also we've had the support rework. Crafting banners is going to be more essential than ever. Maybe we'll see some lobers, but obviously if you've played Apex, you'll know the more lobers in a lobby, the less loot for everyone else because of that ultimate. So maybe there's a balance of, do we take the lober here? Are we going to get much value out of this? But there's maybe always guaranteed value of being able to get those banners, TP away, place ult down, grab your banners from afar and get your teammates back up. But maybe we'll see some Maggie Fuse comps as well, just absolutely turbo W key down. Maybe we'll see that from the actual higher teams as well, the ones that really want to take these fights and brawl in these early games. But I'm really interested to see what comps we see locked in for these teams.
I mean, the early game is going to be the exciting part, isn't it? It kind of dictates the pace for later on. So we're guaranteed action at some point. It's just a case of how much and when. Is it going to be early game, or is everybody going to play for those placement points? Because you don't get to a point like this without being able to play for those late games, but now is the point where you have to start switching gears and think, okay, we're against really solid squads. All of the best positions we have to assume are occupied, so you have to counter strat against that before really knowing the lobby, because there are a lot of teams who won't have come up against each other in the previous rounds or haven't come up against each other until the last game tonight. So in a game like Apex, it is so hard to prepare, so hard to counter strat. It's all going to be about responsiveness. Best of 6. There isn't a huge sample size. There's not the opportunity to take the notes from today and come back tomorrow with a refreshed game plan. It is all or nothing tonight.
And this is part of like what I wonder if like teams have really been scrimming and like preparing for these matches, or if teams are just ready to like play it like pubs. They're just queuing up as if it's ranked, trying to make sure like see what happens and just absolutely sprint it. But I think you're right. I'm really, really looking forward to these matches. I want to get online so bad, and we're starting off on such a classic match. Edge. It's so cool, and I'm so excited. As obviously I'm working with such an experienced caster as well. You yourself, you've been doing BRs for quite a while. For me, Apex is more of like a personal little passion that I have rather than anything that I've done professionally. I've been working in other FPS games, so you're going to see on this broadcast anyways a little bit of like a new experience from us as well. So we're going to be jumping into these games just as blind about these teams as you are, but that's part of the fun of it, you know. I'm really keen to jump on and like see what teams really stand out here.
Yeah, it's going to be a learning experience for everyone tonight. Not only are we learning about the teams, we're also going to learn a little bit more about whether we're cracked up to this. But before we get into the game, let's take a look over at the leaderboard and see what teams are going to be taking part. Because we talked about the top 5, but 20 teams in this lobby. It's going to be hectic early on.
Yeah, for sure. And you can just see here, as you said, the turnips all the way down to the Chi challenges. Having these early points totals, and we've got like, I mean, some of these names are I won't lie, better than others. We've got Where's the Audio, we've got Apexy Legends, we've got Dundee Danger Ducks. I couldn't care less, which because it's Leicester, which I like that one a lot. Giga Chads is always a classic, but come on, MMU Team 1, step up your game. Step up your game. Give me something more spicy than that. I know you can do better. So disappointing, but you know what, maybe they won't be winning in the naming department, but they could be absolutely smurfing it in these games today.
Absolutely. Obviously, we got to talk again for anyone who joined us a little bit late about those top 5 teams. If you're wondering how have they got those points already, that's based on the placement in the previous round, so those are the squads to watch early on. But we can't just focus on them. There are so many further down. A lot of teams to keep an eye on. It's going to be hard to follow those storylines, but I'm sure after maybe Game 2, Game 3, we'll start to get a good read onto which teams we're going to be keeping an eye out for specifically. But in terms of names, I think we should be giving out points already, because some of them are good, some of them definitely are thrown together at the last second.
For sure. I mean, like, Evil Turnips, I want to know what that entails. How'd you get to that? But like, you know, obviously, we're not here about the names. We're here about the players. I want to see some real standout names as we come into this. Now, I'll be very clear with the audience. When we go into this, you will be seeing Team 1, Team 2, Team 3. We are going to be casting in the order of seeding. We'll try our best to keep you guys informed on which team is what, because I don't believe there is an ability to rename teams in game. And if it's so, it's not been done, but that's more than fine. We'll keep you on board with the action as we go. Well, Chunks will keep you informed on the action. I'm here to look pretty and tell you guys what abilities do and rotations.
I think it's going to be a case of one of us says the team number, then the other one quickly looks over at our spreadsheet and just shouts the uni name, just in the hopes that we can keep track. But look, if we see Team 3, for instance, just popping off constantly, then we're probably going to remember their names. So if the players are watching for some reason, if you're already dead from the first game and you're watching a delayed stream, maybe think about setting off early if you want to get your name known, if you want to really stamp your mark on the lobby. Now is your opportunity to do it. Get it done early and make it matter. But game number 1 is getting underway. We're going to be starting off over on World's Edge. Reminder, this is the Amazon University Esports Apex Legends final for the UK and Ireland. And a huge thank you to Prime Video, Prime Student, and Omen for making this all possible.
Ooh, let's go. Let's get me some games. I want to get some action started. Hop us in ASAP. I personally, I was talking about these comps earlier. I'm really interested to see some early aggression comps. I think seeing the Fuse and the Mad Maggie early on as well, I think that would make me very, very happy. I want to see some bloodshed early on. I don't want to see this boring, like, oh, let's play for placement, then let's do like one big team fight at the end with like 50 catalyst walls and like there's a seal here, a seal here. You get a Cyril, you get a Cyril. I actually want to see what I'm doing. I actually see what I'm casting. I'd like that. So hopefully we're going to see like just a ton of people just absolutely like hot dropping. Obviously, we've already said like a lot of the point of interest have been claimed, some high tier loot, some mid tier loot zones. I wonder if we'll see any rats dropping in these low tiers, trying to get some picks on third parties. They move into these mid tiers and high tiers later on. Very exciting.
There's always one. There's always going to be one team that's just kind of rats around the edge, spot loots, get the worst possible weapons, but somehow manage to get the highest tier armor and just run into that fight early. I think the team comps are an interesting one when we touch on it. How do you think teams are going to be able to find that balance? Obviously, we're reaching a stage in the tournament now where it's getting tough, and let's just hop into it because it's time for our first game to start. Just waiting for those last few players to get in. But as I mentioned, the team comp being very important, as you've touched on a few times tonight. How do you find that balance between those heroes that are going to work well in the late game and those who, are going to be able to get those early game points, but maybe not super helpful when it comes to using them for the placement?
So I think something that we can absolutely expect to see, as I said, is that kind of like aggressive early game playstyle, running the Maggie, running the Fuse, probably running the Loba as well, purely just because I think the res is like so valuable, like being able to get those safe like respawns without having to like go in and grab those banners. Maybe like as you can see here, we've got someone on Valkyrie. Clearly they haven't kept up with the nerfs. Seer Valk, they really are like living like in the past, but I'm interested to see like if the Valk pick here will actually give us some good mid-game rotations here as we jump straight into it.
Pretty standard to start things off. Plane path, not a problem. Never mind, we have had some technical issues, so the game is restarted. Not sure exactly what happened there, but we will keep you posted. This is the fun of BRs, Mac. You've not casted one before. This is it. Every other game is a restart. So welcome to the club.
I had the pleasure of playing in a BR before a BR tournament. So I think we had played 6 games, and like out of the 6 games, I think we must have played like an additional 2 or 3 that got restarted. Even though it was on LAN, it didn't matter. Every single time, there's always a couple game restarts. Someone hasn't loaded in. Someone's PC's crashed. It's just the nature of BRs, but that's part of the fun of it.
It's
really.
Not somebody didn't load in. Somebody didn't load in, so the rest of the team ran and unplugged their router as quickly as they could, so that they could force a restart. That's what's happened. But we'll try and get back to it as soon as we can. We talked a little about the team comp. We've had a little bit of a preview there from what we saw, and I know it was only a couple seconds. There's a lot to take in. What are we thinking in terms of playstyles? Is there much we can read into it early on? Is it going to be aggressive early game, or are they all starting to play for that late game, focused on those placement points and really confident in terms of how they're going to make the first game unfold?
So I mentioned that Valk and Seer were there, so that's a very like old style comp before the Valk nerfs coming through. I think that's pretty interesting to see. I think that I didn't see any Maggie or Fuse, which is really interesting because I did see a bunch of Catalyst and Seer, and I think Maggie and Fuse are a really good direct counter to the current meta that we are seeing of the wall scan meta that we'll definitely see coming through. I think I saw a couple of Bang Bloods. Again, it's tried and true. You just get the digi threats and you just play in the Bang smokes, or you just play for the Bloodhound. Or even though that's been nerfed, you don't get the constant scans. You still have those White Ravens. You still have those scans. We will get to see another quick look at the team comps coming into this. Hopefully, no restarts this time. But we are spotting a Fuse. I wonder if we'll be running the Maggie. We'll be seeing if I see an interesting crypto pick here and there. Very, very nice. Obviously, does fare quite nicely with the drone now in this current meta, able to scan out those reworked beacons to find those locations of players. So from afar as well, so not giving away your location, play style. And unfortunately, I may be restarting again, yet again, another crash. And I'm convinced that people are just accidentally locking the wrong character in the Alt F4. Like, oh, damn it, I locked the wrong character. guys, someone dodge. But
Someone better be watching all of these players' screen shares now, just eagle-eyed, waiting for someone to alt F4. That is It's unfortunate, but we'll hope to get into it shortly. We've touched on the top 5 teams. Obviously, Evil Turnips having a really strong performance in the previous round. Coming into this week, they were sat on 326 points. That's throughout the qualifiers and obviously coming into the final. They're only allowed to carry 5 of those over, but I mean, when you have I don't want to say qualifier, but when you have previous rounds that are that confident, how do you avoid just going in head first thinking, okay, well, we're going to win this? I mean, looking at the points, did they drop a game that was less than 16 points? I don't think so. Like, they seem like a pretty cracked squad already. I'm concerned about them coming into this, never mind the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously you mentioned this team, but there is obviously Apex Sus Boys from Sussex. Only went a point lower overall. I think maybe a bit more consistency problems than the Turnips, mind you, but overall maybe having more potential to pop off, get those first, get those strong placements, get a ton of kills coming through. But again, we'll have to see. Hopefully we should be jumping into game soon. Again,
you've said it now. You've just
no,
delayed us
I
by another
cast
10 minutes.
it. No. Oh.
No, I'll blame it on whoever it was who just messaged us saying starting in 10 seconds, because I already know it's not going to happen. I don't want to hype up the game too much. As excited as we both are to actually get into the match, I don't want to hype it up too much, but we'll see. I think this time they're probably going to be a little bit harsher if someone disconnects, especially if they just have done. We talked about Evil Turnips, though, from the University of Bristol. Let's talk about the Apex Sus Boys from Sussex, taking 4 points over to this round. A little less consistent, but not by a long shot. There was only 1 point in it between them and Bristol as we hop into the game. I'm not sure whether their playstyle will kind of favour this or hamper them, because in the way that Bristol went out and got big games every game, that wasn't so much true for Sussex, but it was certainly when they popped off, they got a hell of a lot of points to go with it.
Yeah, for sure. And again, like as you said, it's such a reset now, so it's going to be so different. Hopefully it won't be that 1 point difference for those two teams, and we are going to see one of them try and aim for that first spot, but we are jumping straight into this. Thank goodness no resets following straight away, as we are going to see some aggressive drops here coming, and we now obviously we're looking for some early hot jobs, some early fights, and I'm interested to see obviously landing on the rampart area as well. A lot of teams like choosing to spread out as well. You can see some people like just taking their time, moving quite far away. Some people ratting as well, going towards those basic tier loot areas. And I'm interested to see some early combat coming through here.
Certainly so. We'll see how aggressive people actually decide to get early on. It doesn't seem like there's too much so far, because everyone just wants to loot up and beautifully smooth cinematics. As I think there is going to be a bit of a waiting game to start off. I don't think it's going to be a case of teams getting super aggressive early. I think if that was the case, we probably would have seen some shots already fired by now. So most likely going to be a little bit later, but dropping center map is always useful no matter what the game. And, you know, especially in a game like Apex where the rotations can be so tricky at times, if a team is able to set up, having that priority stay in center is always useful, but can quickly change if that circle hard shifts away from you.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the most important thing to see coming into this is we're talking about there's no early combat right now, but honestly, the thing that will matter most is seeing that early combat come through, knowing what teams are correct in knowing when to loot, how quickly to loot, and how quickly to start fighting. Obviously, Evo Shields being such an important part of Apex here. We need to see some early fires coming through from teams, obviously, to increase their chances of survivability, trying to match other teams. You know that you cannot really afford to sit around and wait for something to happen. You do have to make some early combat happen, and I believe that we do see some early knocks coming through here.
Team 17 taking a casualty early on. The banner's down as the shotgun attempts come out, but Sinkyu's quickly on it. Takes down a second, and it leaves only Bald Dad number 9 left standing. God, we thought the team names were bad. As he's just going to start running, try and get those banners as soon as possible, but it's such a long way to go. Very split from where the rest of the squad were, and at this point, it becomes a question of, do you try and get the team up, or do you just go for those placement points? As I think kill points are probably beyond stretch for a lot of these teams when you're down to just a solo.
For sure, and obviously, like, you can tell, it was really rough there for the Danger Ducks early on. Not really able in a position to recover those beacons. Probably will just have to play for those placement points. Grabbing the Nemesis, though, that's another thing we should talk about as well. Nemesis just incredibly meta right now. Ridiculously strong, brand new weapon added for this season. So it wouldn't shock me to see quite a few people running that energy loadout setup. Will it drain resources for the people? Will it be good that people are able to loot and get those energy ammo back, ready for these next fights? But we'll have to see how many people are choosing to run that. Could be running the classics like the R301, the Wingman. Sentinel's very strong right now as well, so we'll have to see what people are running as we start getting into combat, because I believe that it's kind of quiet all round other than that early fight that was taken there.
Say that, but it looks like Diddy has just been able to spot one out. We saw the Wingman shots getting thrown at pretty long range, but neither team are able to connect with the other. Now the drop comes in, going to be getting some slightly better loot, as it looks like they maybe saw something at the top of there. It's been pinged out to the team as the ults get ready to charge. It's loot time, and you've got to think soon. Time to start focusing on those fights, especially as an edge team here out on the corner of the zone. And I have to ask a question. How do you think these teams are going to handle the rotations? Obviously, there are two kind of thought processes. You either go center, you get priority into the circle, or you kind of wait out on the edge, tank a little bit of zone damage, but then have free reign on what is free and how you want to make that entrance into the most kind of high priority position.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, we are like seeing this is the very early game state. Can afford to really chill in like the circle outside the zone, take some ring damage, but obviously heat shields I believe aren't available at the moment, like as standard in stuff we see like ALGS. Obviously, it's kind of a bit of a degenerate playstyle, really. Already seeing some knocks coming through here on Team 1. Evil Turnips being able to pick up their teammates. Sunny taking some combat. While Bill is recovering themselves, has the gas available if they need to lock down a position here.
It's not the ideal position to be locking down, but it's a position all the same. They're inside the circle, but for how long? Taking a fight against a squad that are so close to you and also on an edge position. It's definitely going to be a scrappy one for now. Long-range shots coming through, as you can already see the caustic traps being thrown down as a little bit of a safety net in the event someone pushes through, but it looks like the majority of these squads happy with the space that they've been given, just holding out on the edge and taking those pop shots at range. Nothing too aggressive too early.
And this is what you're going to see. You're mostly playing for like this chip damage early, trying to get those evos up, playing to get at least like your purples, because most people will have the blues by now already. Huge shot taken there, I assume, from a Sentinel on Watty here. Playing the Maggie with the caustic's quite interesting, and I like this alternative playstyle. Obviously, that is Team 1, Evil Turnips, top seed coming into this. There is a down coming through there. Quite a few downs and eliminations as well. Big combat happening. Don't know where that is at the moment, but it's so important as we see the numbers dropping. I mean, look, obviously the ring as we know it is moving towards Epicenter, Fragment, being able to claim that space, and that end ring is going to be kind of hard to play out. Not too much cover to play for, not a large city area either, so you're going to be forcing teams kind of out into the open. Maybe not too good for these teams with these strong hold playstyles, the control playstyles, your Watsons, your Caustics, but definitely something that you're going to love for those Wraiths, something more of an aggressive team comp style here.
Yeah, teams are really going to struggle getting through Fragment. It is very congested and very few choke points. I think, 3-4 teams all trying to move over here. They're going to make the most out of the balloons to get up and out the way if needed, but it looks like Bill is just throwing down the traps, setting up a choke point and getting ready to choke someone out. Sunny taking the initial shots as the util usage starts to come out. Bill just there for support, not wanting to overexpose themselves just yet, but prepared for when this fight comes through, as inevitably it does. Long-range spray only peppering a little bit off the vest as they get away and really just wait for those traps to start exploding.
Yeah, for sure. Having to burn the Maggie ult there, stopping the push, giving a little bit of move speed to get out on that rotation, but shots still coming through. A real commit here onto taking this fight, and it's putting Team 1 here in a lot of danger.
Armor stacking up. Watty not prepared to get pushed as Bill backs away, but Watty is able to return it there. Nicely done with the shotgun, but the smoke just a little bit too thick. Vest is gone, so is Watty after being taken down by the bombardment. More sprays coming through the smoke. As nicely done from Bill to take down one, looking to trade out the damage and confirms the flush onto it. That'll be a nice point on the board, but how many more can they continue to stack as the vests are taken off? Fire coming in from all angles. They are pinched if I've ever seen it. Stuck in the middle of nowhere. Sunny throws down the portal, but how much is it going to be worth as his teammate left behind? Niska now going to be either forced into a fight or forced into that tunnel just to come out directly above DTM, who, by the way, is just being torn apart by Shrewd. We knew this was going to be a choke point, but I don't think we expected things to start popping off as quickly as they have done.
Sure, and that is team 10 out. That is your Swan Legends, that is your Derby Raptors, and there is so much combat happening here. Ton of third partying, and seeing Team 1 get away with at least 2 people alive puts them in a really nice stead here. We are going to see further combat coming through. That was a huge bang all going on earlier. Lots of aggressive peeking here. It does not matter that Sentinel is available. The team surely wants to look for either a way in or a way out here. Has to make the movement before they end up getting third partied on, because there are so many teams in this area trying to go through this choke point.
That Sentinel is so powerful, but so punishing when you don't connect with the shot. So now they're just trying to get everything they can off of those bodies, use the high ground to the advantage because they know just how open this area is. They also know that they have to make a push through it. It looks like they are going with that strategy that I pointed out earlier of, okay, let's go out of the circle to get back into it, making those longer rotates just to get a bit more freedom in terms of how they move through.
Horizontal.
But now another set of fights kicking off, this time on the opposite end of the city as Rizbones just getting torn apart from behind. They're trying to make an escape, and through the tunnel it is, but as they back off, they split up. It's going to make that rotation into the circle just that much harder.
And yeah, honestly, being left to fend for your life there, running away, able to barely get away from that combat. So much util committed, but not enough to get away there. Valk dumping the tactical onto the building. Huge Watson setup here. Just going to probably be camping in this area, as I do believe Kuro has DC'd, so not a great position here. I suppose that's why we've got that Watson out in that open, just being able to cover their teammate there. But we're down to 14 squads now. Obviously, we'll have some stragglers left, but there is going to be a few, at least, strong squads coming into this round 2. So we are going to see people start to move, surely. Rotating out here. So much combat, and we're in a position right now where there is not really too much happening across that side of the map, the closed off area being more of a focus here. These choke points around these buildings entering into Fragment, I believe. I sorry if I get that wrong for the viewers at home, but that is going to be a huge survey we can scan, revealing everyone on the map for everyone. But that is going to give away the location, knowing, okay, let's avoid this area. There's a team that already locked down this position. We're going to have to go around the edge, as that ring is closing in. 30 seconds left. A lot of teams taking fights outside of the space. Having the util thrown down here. Has a portal available. Seer ult still available, but wondering if able to get out with the Valk yet. The Valk ult. Surely you're going to have to pop that to get out of this position. Wandering Moss not on the health to really survive any ring damage, having to burn that medkit here, but just part of those early fights as that ring is now closing in. 8 seconds on that ring close, and you really don't want to be outside the ring, collapsing in onto teams, shooting at you from all angles here.
It's hard enough to, make it into this zone without the ring doing that damage, but providing extra pressure now. Shrewd going to be able to get healed up, as is the rest of the squad, as they just sneak their way through. Now they're on the very edge of this zone, so in theory they can just play the buildings ahead of them, but that's easier said than done when they are pincered between 2 teams right now, really just waiting for somebody to make a push. It looks like Moss is going to run all the way around the back outside of the zone to try and get a high angle. This is an all or nothing play right now, and it might not work out in his favor, but it does. Shots come through and damage connects onto the opposing team, not expecting to be held out, I suspect, as Then W tries to get that portal down, get away, provide support for the team into the zone, but how much rest are they going to be able to get with only one building for coverage as the spray comes through with the G7 taking off a hell of a lot of armor, but it's just not enough to convert into a knock yet. And now is the time to throw down the smoke. We mentioned it was going to happen earlier, but it's going to be tricky in a position like this. Hipfire's coming through. Out comes the knock. Colonel Cobb goes down as a second attempts to follow, but in the end it's going to be traded out by Rick Primes, who confirms the flush as well. Oh, big hit fire there. No idea how to say the name, but certainly
that's Team
able
1
to do
out, by the way,
lot for the squad. And as you mentioned, Team 1, Evil Turnips, our top team coming into this, out in 13th. Everything to play for the remaining squads as yet another push carries on. And wow, a lot of damage, but quickly cleaned up. Team 4 really putting a stamp on the lobby early.
Yeah, for sure. And you saw how many teams had just dropped that. I think that was 3 total in that last 30 seconds alone. As we start seeing, obviously, Epicenter was closed off there. That pincer coming through, being able to get up their teammate. Thank goodness that there wasn't, resulting in that execution, just that knock. But I believe that's another person on your building, locking down the area with Rampart. At least Loba is able to reposition. You've got the Valk available. The Valk ult is available for the rotation, but you've got a nice spot on the ring. So being able to hold this small area isn't the worst. But it's not ideal. I wouldn't want any util thrown into this small choke where I'm sat in. But I suppose they're kind of chilling right now, as most of the combat seems to be happening from outside, able to safely deploy that Loba ult and loot themselves up again, get themselves back online. Oh, never mind. The Seer Tactical gonna spot them out. They know they're up there, but that's from quite far away. I don't think they can follow up on this right now.
But the question is, who is going to find out who's up there and who has, I mean, even a thermite grenade at this point, just anything to try and start causing them troubles in that position, because otherwise it is just going to be a W key push straight up the stairs and really being forced into a choke point. Eternal scoping out as best they can as the usage comes out to get up on top of the building. Has been able to identify roughly where the players are, but still no line of sight as it becomes a bit of a waiting game. Circle shifted far away, and now they finally spot out some movement. How they play this, they go for the kills. Do they try and rotate in? They're lacking a lot of info, so either option is going to be a difficult one. As G7, sorry, the Nemesis this time, long range fire using the high ground, but J2 Nappy is very exposed up on this position.
Yeah, I was going to say, but I really like this aggressive position up here. I think, whilst it's not great, actually, because you've got a team right behind you, as you can see, playing around Epicenter right now. Playing the high ground does give you advantage over Fragment, but I wonder if they'll be able to spot out the team kind of stalking them, but you can see just how many players are sat here right now. Obviously, one player, I believe, a lone squad sat in that bang smoke right now. Just trading with people on these roofs, but obviously the more shots fired, the more it gives away your position to those lurkers just waiting in the wings, ready to collapse on you here.
I wonder how Team 7 are handling this. Are they trying to take the fights? Are they trying to get teams to come towards them? Or are they just trying to third-party do a little bit of damage and maybe get a cheeky knock? It looks like, though, they are the ones getting damage. So the fire comes in. Gonna have to heal up those vests, get the armor back to full.
Aggressive
as they rotate in. I mean, they completely run the zone right now, but they know roughly where those players are going to be, and now they spot them, but getting third-partied at the worst possible time. Out comes the wall as Rift tries to close up the distance, but it's going to be tricky with so much distance between you and your team. As you mentioned, the combo takes down one, follows it with a second, but is quickly traded, looking behind as J2 Nappy tries to spray through, does the damage, takes down the vest, finishes off the job, and Team 7 confirming themselves 3 more kills. More importantly, getting their teammate back up, so remaining as a 3-man squad.
And if you weren't convinced before about the Catalyst Seer combo there, I think we see a beautiful display of it in action there by that pipe. Completely shutting down the party lurking. Team 7 definitely one to watch now, reacting very, very well to that aggression, pushing them out, forcing them, knowing that they're the better team here. Wasn't actually taking much combat before then, not too much damage coming down, and only 1 knock previous to that fight, but a really, really nice play as they're aware of that other squad moving in. We have 10 squads, but look at the size of the actual ring right now. Huge say tactical to spot out all three. Surely forces them back, but no, we are going to see Nappy take this aggressive fight. Nemesis very good. Lots of momentum here. Built up. But another Seal is going to be dropped. Does not have the advantage state anymore. Wonder if they'll want to dip. But we are going to cut back to another team taking some combat back on Fragment. But look at that ring. It's so open. And again, as I said, 10 squads left with such an open ring. 1 minute remaining till we begin the start of Section 5.
Strathers are in trouble here. They are completely pinned inside this building. Every time they try and make a peek, they just get tagged apart. The caustic traps do go down, which at least gives an indication that somebody might be near. They need to get the revive done quickly if it's going to work out, though, as the first aid kit will come out. Now's the key opportunity to push. The drone is up, so they're going to be getting info on this. They're likely going to hear it, and there it comes.
Oh,
Team 14 are out. As Team 7 continue to tear things up right now. Portsmouth Paladins really just jacked. There is no way to stop them, at least as it currently stands, but we will see, as they're not quite inside zone, and there are plenty of teams who are much closer than them.
Yeah, for sure. And I've actually kind of really like Team 7 right here. I think Team 7 has a really good, but enough about Team 7. We are jumping straight to Team 19 and taking immediate combat, dumping as many Rampart tacticals as possible. Sheila comes out waiting for that big damage. Huge ramp here. You cannot contest this, but your cover now goes down. You have to back off. That tactical coming through, forcing you out of position. Gotta burn through those bats right now, but not in a great spot, as that ring is going to start moving. And more third partying continues. 8 squads left, and you are stuck between a rock and a hard place and a ring.
We talked about these teams as well, specifically the fourth party who we were just on as a team that could maybe pop off when we weren't expecting it. Portsmouth Paladins looking to do the same, but J2 Nappy taken down low as he pushes right in. Players jumping over the top, catching him off guard. J2 Nappy needs to get this Phoenix off as quickly as possible, but space is already down, so it's the question of, do you risk the rest of your squad to try and get this final player up? I personally would say no, and that's why we're seeing this usage come out, the play to try and get the distance, and it works out. Portsmouth Paladins again showing what they're made of, now taking down Moss low health, who has been fighting throughout this game, causing problems as finally they fall. We're into the top 4, but that's looking to drop to a lower number as well, as Inevitability goes for the hip fire out on the edge of the zone, eliminated in the end. 3 squads now remain. Turtles down. Joe Bear remains up, but barely, not for much longer. In it comes. It is straight up team deathmatch right now. 2 squads left as team number 3, Team Avalon, take the first win of the evening.
Yeah, and that was such a good starting game. Lots of aggression there throughout, and what a chaotic end ring fight as well. Tens, and like, I feel like we weren't really missing on the action, and yet we had 10 squads left as we were entering that final ring. So much good util usage, and I really liked seeing Portsmouth Paladins, as you mentioned. I think they put on a very strong performance as well. Fourth pie, obviously not one to underestimate, but I really liked just the amount of like kills that we did see. A lot of value coming through there from the Paladins. Really nice aggressive positioning there on Epicenter, kind of reading the ring movement, understanding people will be approaching them. Really nice combos, able to execute eventually that one lurking play that they were dealing with for quite a while, so getting some more points in their pocket. But I do want to see how that scoreboard does actually end up after those first games, because I don't think it's going to turn out like how we were expecting.
I will say, Evil Turnips came in, started swinging early, but the fact is, it's the teams that we thought were maybe going to shine in this format who really did in game 1 with only a best of 6. It isn't necessarily about consistency, it's about being able to put up big performances, and with the rate that that game went, with the speed at which fights were being taken, the amount of fights taken by a single team at any given time, I think that's going to remain true, and I think that the teams that maybe did well in the previous rounds kind of thriving off of the madness and playing a little bit more reserved, and now going to have to rethink their strategy, especially as we get later on into the games where they learn each other's drop spots, they learn each other's rotation paths. But that's going to be coming up in just a few minutes. First, we are going to be taking a short break, but we will be back in a few with the leaderboards and, of course, match number 2.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London. Saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Amazon University Esports Apex Legends Final for the UK and Ireland. My name is Chunks, joined once again by the Mac. And before we break that game down, let's just say a thank you to Prime Video, Prime Student, and of course Omen for making this event possible, because game one was certainly a fun one and I am happy we are here for it. A lot of fights going down early and a lot to tear apart before we get into match number two.
I think it's going to be really interesting observation of like how meta is going to be played out through these matches as well. A lot of teams that I didn't expect to be big contenders ended up actually having like so much value like coming into this kind of stuff. Like again, I just want to point out Team 19 lived for way longer than they had any right to, in my opinion, especially running that Rampart comp as well. I thought that was interesting, just throwing down like a box of covers and just whipping out Sheila and seeing what they can do was pretty funny. Team 7 definitely want to watch. Evil Turnips going out a lot earlier than I anticipated, and I'm not entirely sure when Team 2 went out, but we'll have to see as we jump into these scoreboards shortly. Please, I really hope we can get to see those scores.
Yeah,
that'd be really cool.
Let's take a look over at those leaderboards, shall we? See how game number one broke down, because obviously there were a couple teams that were unexpected coming in, starting out strong, but a couple that, I mean, they delivered, didn't they, based on how they did in the previous rounds. I'm trying not to be too biased, you know, I study at Portsmouth, so I don't want to be too biased towards the Paladins, but I can't help but talk about how good that game number one was for them, considering they weren't a team that was able to carry over points. Let's have a look at the leaderboard and see how many they were really able to rack up, because there was a lot we missed because of just how much was going on that match.
Yeah, there we go. Team Avalon actually getting a ton of value, I believe. Okay, so if we look at the placement points here, final position, match points. Am I trolling? Who got the highest? Okay, placement points comes through highest for Team Avalon coming into this. So that is obviously what we expected. That Team 3 moving in here. Well, no, was it Team 3? Yeah, it's Team 3. I'm trolling. My bad. But like, look at the kills here. Portsmouth Paladins doing absolute work here, and whilst the fourth party was lived very late into that game, didn't actually get any kills, so not going to get any kill values. You have to remember, you can't just be playing for placement points. Kills are so important towards your total point value, and not too shocked to see that we are seeing like a lot of the top teams hanging around like the top 10, although Apex Sus Boys really big contenders for the top spot all the way down to 7th. Had a really bad time early game and ends up going 0 placement points.
I think my focus now is I'm kind of forgetting about the placement points. I'm caring about the kills, because if we look at the placement, there was a 3-point disparity between Avalon and Where's the Audio, which means it literally just came down to that final fight that separated them. You know, if Where's the Audio were able to make it out in those final few fights, they would have easily eclipsed them and taken first place overall. And I think the kill points are going to be the deciders, specifically when you look at squads like Portsmouth Paladins, 3rd place, but only 4 placement points. That's not an easy thing to do. 12 kills on the board in one match. I think it's going to be the kill-heavy squads that really draw my attention tonight. And honestly, they're the most exciting to watch a lot of the time, even if they're the hardest to kind of keep track of. And they're really just going to cause a problem for every other squad in the lobby.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like it's so cool seeing like just such good combat as well. Like again, obviously my uni's team Keel just missed out of making top 20. Very sad.
So you wouldn't know.
I'm trying not to. Oh, okay. Relax. Enough of that. But like, I'm trying also not to be biased for Portsmouth. They put on a really good showing, really good kills picked up there. Where's the Audio as well? Liverpool really giving like some good contention there. And it's fire. It's fire seeing this. awesome combat as well, especially around such like a weird terrain point as well. We were on like that little ledge bit above Fragment and Epicenter where like if you drop, and it's kind of hard to get your way back up there without losing that high ground position. So fighting across that position with the Cyrils being thrown down, you've got the ring right next to you, Catalyst is cutting off your line of sight, you've got a Valk tactical coming at you from everywhere. It was so chaotic and messy. I wonder the ring movements in this next coming game are actually going to make it a bit more different paced, and I wonder if we are going to see some team comps mix-ups to counter meta. Like I did mention that I really want to see some Maggie Fuse today. I think it's such a good counter meta, and we just saw how much sick Catalyst action was happening.
I think my focus, though, going into the next game has to be around the whole Fragment area. There were that many fights taking place, and sure, that's going to be a big part because of the ring and the way that the circle popped, but just looking at the drop spot, immediately when we saw that map with all the teams on, we knew that there was going to be something causing problems there. And that's just because the amount of open space next to a really closed-off urban environment where you can get a huge amount of cover. So I think that's something teams are going to end up playing around, and I think that it takes a bit to adjust. We saw game number one. We've seen how the teams played. That's kind of the default strategy. Now as we start to get different circles, even if we get the same circle, it's about how you start to prepare going forward. So I think that the squads around that area are really going to struggle, regardless of how the zone pops. I did notice one thing, though. I mentioned there are kind of two ways to look at any BR. You can either push in early, you can get aggressive, or you can leave it a little bit later on that rotation. Certainly some squads that did that. We'll see in game number 2, though, as we hop into our second match of the evening. We get our first look at whether the team comps have changed or not.
Yeah, so I want to see some different drop spots coming through. I know we saw, I believe it was maybe just one team that dropped a big Maud. I do want to see a couple teams fight for that really good loot spot there. Some early combat coming through from like kind of like that edge. I know that games can end on that spot. I've played games that have ended on that spot before. We aren't going to see a massive mix-up in terms of comps either. So I kind of want to see a little bit more mix-ups of POIs. I think there was a little bit of action coming into Climatizer as well, Lava Siphon, but we'll have to see as we get straight into it. Nice little cinematic view of the map, giving the audience what they want here. For the Season 16 version of the map, actually, you've got all the character balloons all over the place. I believe the Mirage Party boat is dotted around somewhere. I have no idea where it is on this map, I can't lie.
There's a lot of changes to take in what in the grand scheme of things is a very short time. You know, one patch can completely change the way that your team's forced to play, and I think there might be an element of that. Obviously, Apex is one of those games where the meta is constantly developing, and I think that we've already seen changes to the team compositions. I haven't seen maybe as many Gibbies and Caustics as I'm used to seeing in the past, where they just set up towards the end, but I think a big part of that might just be the zone that we had.
I think Gibby's fallen off big time as well. I don't think it feels too good, and we are going to see quite a few people drop on Climatizer. That's two teams. I wonder if they're going to try and really contest for that hot, like that high tier loot zone, that hot area. One landing near that ring console is aware of where the ring is going to move, and I do believe that that is a team that I recognize as well for lasting quite a while. Look at that early combat there on Fragment West, though.
We knew this was going to be an area.
Down.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be an area where this happened, but the early game fight just isn't ideal. The Bloodhound sonar comes out, pings a couple of those players, so immediately going for a reposition. Not a bad decision to make, but as the door comes down, only the P2020 to try and find the kill, but he does it anyway. Nicely done. Gets the knock. Second player follows out. Surely can't follow up with a second. The third party will come through from his teammate. Lands it with the hip fire. In comes the revive, but Pandora with no health needs a medkit or something ASAP. Watson Gate comes out as they see the rest of the team running away. They've confirmed themselves kill. They're pretty happy with that, considering they're right on the edge of the first circle.
For sure, and it's these early kills that really matter as well. I think you can afford to really take these early fights, claim these early points. It's kind of free as well. If you're confident, you have better movement than your opponent as well, which you are going to see some real movement players in these lobbies as well. There's no reason not to take these fights, and especially on like these more aggressive comps. We're jumping back here to Evil Turnips. This is a team that I want to see take a lot more aggression. You have the Maggie and the Caustic, which is interesting because you're all about locking down zones, but Maggie, she loves rushing, and you know she's trying to dump that all down. The wrecking ball going straight in there, and I do believe we could see some early combat happening as that charge, just a few pot shots with that charge rifle coming through.
Not anything too solid connecting. As all of these teams in the northeast, we saw they drop right next to each other for that high tier loot. Now with quite a ways to go to make it in. Still long range fire, but nothing connecting as teams, maybe after that first game, a little bit more anxious with how they approach this. I say that, but the way that Team 5 are currently rotating round, it looks like they're prepared for a fight, whether they know that or not yet.
I love this Newcastle pick, by the way. Definitely one of those rarer legend picks as well. I feel like you kind of just, if you're a good Newcastle, you're good, right? You rarely see people pick this legend if they're bad as well, and I kind of love seeing the double support as well with the Seer Loba just being able to play safe, get that nice loot set up. Newcastle, decent movement with that ult. Obviously, just got to be careful. Can whiff big time with bad placement, but Seer. Interesting that after those gutting nerfs doesn't actually really fall out of the meta. This team is going to collapse on the team who is using that crafter, the heartbeat sensor, and we are going to see immediate combat coming through from Team 5.
Really good use of the heartbeat sensor. They knew there was a team around this location. They just didn't know exactly where, and now they get the info. Out comes the ability, but not able to find too much just yet. Staying just outside of that circle as the shield is cracked. Now is the time for Turtle to potentially start making a push, but a little bit concerned. He's going to give some info away instead. Backs off, plays it slow. Shields start to pop, and it gives J2 Nappy and the rest of the squad a little bit of space to back away. A bit of a safety net, but it doesn't look like they want to completely move off of this fight. Maybe I spoke too soon.
I love this. No, I love this. Look at that.
Really smart.
Look at that. Yeah, for sure. Great catalyst wall as well, giving them the rotation out of a really wide open zone. Safe Valk, ready for burn area as well, being able to take to the skies, get a nice rotation. And obviously, Valk, thank goodness, kept that passive of being able to spot out squads on the ground, knowing kind of where it's safe to land through that HUD. Very, very nice, and going to be able to safely rotate out of, honestly, a pretty disadvantageous fight here.
Keeping an eye out for any possible movement. Focus now, though, on looting up. Popping a Phoenix kit early. Questionable, but I think it all depends on how many shields you have. That's one of those that, I guess there's 2 points of view. You either use it as soon as you get it because it takes up so much space in the inventory, or you save it for when you really need it come the late game once you've cleaned up a fight. But for now, it looks like they're just going to focus on getting that player back in, if at all possible. They know where the banner is, but the shot's just not connecting in the way that Mag would have hoped. Only one of those bursts actually finds anything. And out comes the jetpack. It's time to take this fight. Shoot up in the sky. Try and get some distance. They do exactly that. They've spotted out the players, but they just want to get away from this one. They are not looking to engage.
Krasi getting taken really low there. Very, very dangerous to take that flight with no health, no shields. One more bullet could have spelled disaster for the Swan Legends there, but thank goodness being able to get away with their life. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get that banner back up for the Bang, and with no support on their team, that seems like that's one down basically kind of permanently. Understanding that teams are coming from that ring console, trying to catch that rotate as that ring collapses, and we've got 1 minute left.
Mighty Dragon
chilling,
being careful. They know it's only a matter of time till someone peeks out. They just don't know exactly where. The heartbeat sensor not going to be able to find anybody yet, as now they are forced into a fight. Little did they expect it to be preventing them from getting inside the zone. The wall comes up, breaks that line of sight, will allow them a little bit of respite, a little bit of space to move in, but there's still such a large area to clear, and it's so open until they get into the circle.
Yeah, for sure. And part of me wonders if they're going to see that Bang all popped as they start moving back into the ring, trying to catch them. I'm sure you've noticed this team is playing really aggressively in the ring, really wants to catch these people moving through, but I don't think they're aware that the team's obviously just booked it, probably going to move elsewhere into a space through this area that they know is a lot more desolate. Teams are not going to be chilling in this space, and if they've got enough medkits to just move through, obviously heat, whatever it's called, the ring damage thing, you know, the really cringe the really cringe like ring shield. But we are going to see another collapse. Maybe the Rift team of Rift and Nappy, which I do believe was Portsmouth Paladins last game, could end up collapsing in on this team. Pretty scary proposition here. But speaking of, I do believe this was a team that Another one quite out the way here, Derby Raptors. I'm not sure how they placed last game, but we are seeing them move forward to trying to take the balloon here, get this rotate off, because they're not in a great spot. They're kind of far away from the next ring, aware that they need to set up in a better spot, especially if you're running this Watson. You want to have a lot of more secure space. Taking some shots, though, from people behind. I wonder if they'll be able to get all the way up the balloon before having to jump.
Just about get safety, and the rest of the team now are going to be posted up, just waiting in front for a second squad to follow through. Doesn't look like they're going to go straight up the balloon. If anything, maybe looking to keep a bit of distance, as now Team 12 back away, but through another choke point. If anybody is posted up around them, it's going to cause some problems. They throw down the ping, whether that was to point out an enemy or just where they want to play. We're yet to find out, but it certainly looks like Team 19 over here, they have found their position and they are going to stay here as long as they can.
Oh, I don't like this, though. You saw how little value Team 19, well, the fourth party actually ended up getting from playing for that placement. I really feel like they need to take these early fights or they're just going to get absolutely no value once again. I feel like whilst Rampart, obviously, she's so good at holding down these areas, locking down these spaces, if you take these aggressive angles, it's never really an issue. You've got Sheila to mow these people down. Your character could have like the highest DPS in the game, guys. Start taking fights.
We'll see. Look, as it stands right now, I'm not blaming these teams for avoiding the early game fights. They saw how hectic it was, and I think a lot of teams may be caught off guard. On the opposite end of things, though, other squads really happy to take those fights. Damage comes through over onto Cave Crush as the shield gets popped. Now it's going to be time for that medkit. It looks like Team 19 want to move away, but there are two squads in both of their exit routes, so they are going to end up pinched if they don't commit to one of these fights quickly. A little bit anxious about getting chased down. Can't blame them. You got to be ready to take those shots when you see a player out in the open, but still quite a bit of work to do, and they are conceding a little bit of this zone position that they were trying to get, and instead forcing themselves into a pretty tricky corridor. It could be quite easy to find some kills in. Oh, All-Star takes off the vest and manages to do a lot of damage to the body, but it can't quite finish the job, and that's the theme of these long-range fights for a lot of these squads.
Yeah, for sure. And understanding, like, I think we should understand that Team 16 here is taking that third party. They saw the Cyril go down. They saw the bang smokes. They know that they have a really good position to just poke for free. Get those Evo shields up. Look at Iron Haddock. Ironic Haddock. Sorry, not Iron Haddock. That'd be way cooler, though, Iron Haddock. Look at Iron Haddock. Look at Ironic Haddock's shield here. Still that 150 grey Evo. Now, I don't know if they've just been rezzed or something, but ouch. That is not going to be good, as we're going to start leading into the midsection of round 2. You need to start taking these fights, but look at this. They don't know about the team lurking underneath them. I want to see what squad this is. We see Sikor, Ho in, and another one blocked by that Omen advert. Move in from behind. I wonder if they'll actually end up just avoiding this, as I'm pretty sure that team is about to go for burn and get out here, as these two teams are about to run into each other. Perhaps, maybe? Yeah, just catching them on the way out here.
How many teams are going to run into each other? 2, 3, 4 maybe at this point? Everybody is getting pinched into such a small location. I mean, the long-range damage coming out from Little Monkey is certainly keeping that other squad at bay, but there's only so many exits you can take out of here, and you know you're on the edge of the zone. You're going to have to move. They have got themselves a little bit of an exit, but yet again, as we've said so many times, it's such an open area to move through. You have to make the most out of your utility and abilities to be able to get out safely. All-Star checking every possible angle. As you can sense the anxiety on the front of Team 16, they know that they're getting pushed. It's just when you're in such a powerful position, there are so many positions to actually get pushed from. Long-range fire comes through, and that does a lot, but not able to convert just yet. Ironic Haddock in real trouble, but seriously putting out that damage, and I can't imagine this squad pushing unless they absolutely have to when that zone's on their back, as they finally start to close the distance. NW just holding out the back and kind of trying to cause a distraction, if anything.
Yeah, and look at the shield difference here as well. You saw that red shield coming through, getting cracked. That is going to be such a huge difference in these team fights, and you really, really don't want to be fighting these really strong people. I'd just be wanting to get out here. Look, we are going to see the Seal Tactical lock down these abilities briefly. but caught out 2 here with their own Cyril, and it means that they're able to get a few pot shots in as they come around the side, but Little Monkey having the shield crack, but getting that Evo off. If they get the shield battery up, ready to take another good fight here. All-Star covering them, being able to move through the door. Little Monkey's going to go down and is not looking good. The Catalyst wall trying to get out, but it's not going to provide too much value. Another team is moving in, and that is going to be wraps, I'd imagine, for Team 16. All-Star doing whatever they can, playing around the reinforced doors. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 kicks, but they're moving around the side rotation. Oh, an awful whip that's going to lead to their doom, and that is Team 16 out of the game. Rip the Durham defenders.
That is tough, All-Star. That wasn't the first one either. Just as we hopped onto that player's POV, there was another pretty unfortunate set of shots. That's not great, but it happens. Everybody has their off days. Who knows, there might be a faulty mouse cable or something. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but honestly, with the way that they were posted up, I really thought they'd be able to hold it a little bit stronger, but big credit to the team that was actually able to push through and take that position as we hop on board with Team 17, the Dundee Danger Ducks. That's got to be plus points for the name right there. Making the most out of their reinforced door, checking every long-range line of sight possible. Do need to be careful, though, because there is a building right above them that teams could very easily use to get on top and cause some real problems.
Yeah, for sure. And like, look at this position here. We are seeing like the ring collapsing in on the spot of, I do believe this is Lava Siphon. Once again, if I totally mess this up, I'm pretty sure that's a Lava Siphon, right? Smiley face. I'm gonna pretend it's Lava Siphon. That ring is closing in as we're gonna see so much ordnance thrown down here. The ults are coming down. This is Team 8 surely being taken out, getting knocked down here. That's 1. But Team 12 also caught in the ring here. So many teams surely going to die to the actual ring damage. Look, having to go back in and grab that barrier. Taking health damage. Oh, trying to shock their teammate back alive. Barely getting away with their life. Thank goodness, getting knocked. But this is the advantage of just being able to sit here and syringe up in a really, really nice area near the vault here. It means that they can avoid these fights, which are happening. I'd love to see the map state right now real quick while it is in a bit quiet before everything's about to explode, but if you could do that for me, observers, that'd be super duper cool. We are going to see the low volt toss down here, just trying to refresh as much as possible here. Team 3 continuing to take these fights. And look, we are seeing this collapse. Oh, look at this final ring, by the way. This is open, and this is the point of these final rings, really forcing these fights, and more advantage here on these catalysts as well, being able to pop down these walls, being able to give themselves the advantage here. But I really don't like the spots that a lot of these teams are in. A lot of these teams in these really small choke points are stuck behind really odd cover boxes, the loot boxes as well. Not looking too good, and more useful being thrown down. I believe that's a bang ult forcing them out of position here. Has the Pathy tactical, has to burn that away. Surely not in a position here to burn the ult either. They know about opponents to the left, opponents to the right. They are being collapsed in on Team 3 in a very, very rough spot here.
We knew those ults will come in useful in these open zones. I think now whoever has something that can just rain down fire from above is going to be in a huge advantage. Rift pops the shield, but gets hit with an Arc Star immediately. A second one to follow, breaks the line of sight and actually gets down low, but giving away that high ground just to be able to pop that Phoenix kit and maybe get a bit of a cheeky angle where they can't be spotted or shot at. Team 19, though, they're making the most out of the high ground, realizing how this zone is currently looking. They've got a bit of a way to move in, but if they can just find a couple of knocks, that would give them the opportunity they needed to make the push. Dorthin with the long-range longbow shots, but not a single one of them has been able to hit until finally that one does, but it only cracks the vest, doesn't take anything off of importance. Dorthin moves down, zone closes in. Bad. This is the end of it for them. Surely lands right in the lava, running up the walls, spotted out, inevitability and cave crush the last two, but yeah, I think it's safe to say this one's over for Team 19.
It's almost like in the namesake, that inevitability of them getting absolutely knocked out there, and more
Fourth
over.
Party, like, if you could.
Yeah, but honestly, and this is what I mean about not taking these early fights early for a team like that. You cannot rely on your placement because you could just get beamed. We are going to see a collapse here from Team 13, cancelling out the smoke here, moving in. Bang, I'm not sure they have the Digi threat, but it's not going to matter. R9, put 9, Poke comes out. Another team here. Look at these positions. Being able to take out that one. Move back in here. All three, and I believe these are the kill leaders as well, being able to take out these opponents from shields being knocked. Another third pie. One is going down. Has the portal available. If they need to make that quick rotate, they can, but where can you go, really?
Nowhere. You run straight into the center and you try and get yourself any form of cover you can. We see that zone. It is as open as it can be, I think, at this point. There is no cover going into the final one, and every team is really going to have to expose themselves. It might just be a game of chicken with 7 squads left. Who has to make the move last? As the wall is up to try and break the line of sight. Jobert still trying to engage from the side, but nothing really coming of it. Just pinched into a corner with the zone on their back. 15 seconds till it moves, and well, it's certainly going to be a tricky one, as now finally making a move out of this position in the corner. It's Team 13.
Can they?
But they've been spotted. They have to use that Bangalore ability again just to try and get up there, but there's only one smoke left in the chamber until the next charge is up.
And this sucks so much. You're being locked down by a charge rifle. Another team is pincering in on you. 7 squads left as we moved into round 5, closing of the ring, coming down. Has to just see what they can get using the ultimate accelerator here, surely, to try and get that bang all up and available. Whilst we see another team combat coming in here, as we are going to see more and more space being taken away, forced out more and more into the open. Look at this area. We are this is so hard to watch. I can't imagine any team really has an amazing plan here. Oh, this is bad. Look at how many sales being popped. Team 9 already down. Look at that kill feed. There's so much stuff happening right now. Team 9 having taken as much combat as possible. You should see that kill feed continue to pop down. 6 squads available. More players are being taken out. 9 is not in a position to really be moving forward. More and more people on that kill feed. 6 squads remaining. Look at the absolute mess of team fights. The third partying. Team stuck in the middle. Bold Dad 9. We saw him at the start of the game. No shields available, but stuck behind that catalyst wall, able to play around safe. The Newcastle pot of being not going to give enough cover, but look, Rick Prime's being able to take these people down. Would have been able to get that last knock and get that squad out of the way. No catalyst going to be traded out here. Is going to be ended up taking out of the game. Wonder if there's any loot available on that body. Oh, another team pushes right as they're about to get their team up. Has that gold shield. Can play around here and dance through those shields. Being able to take out one more. Needs to get up their teammate literally on 5 HP right now. No time really to heal themselves back up. You just have to pop that Phoenix and pray. Oh my goodness, I can't. This is way too intense. 3 squads left.
I think that might just be enough time to pop that Phoenix kick and start making a move, but they are completely pinched, and you have to think both the other teams are going to be fully focused on this squad and how they're going to be moving in. Sinkyu able to spot out one, opens up the long-range fire, up comes the wall. At least it's broken line of sight from one of the squad, but that squad that they are fighting, well, those vests are absolutely maxed out right now. Wall provides a little bit of safety as the Bangalore ult finally comes in, throws down some rockets to try and land from above. Sorry, not the Bangalore ult, but still a lot of damage. That Arc Star connects in the perfect position.
Oh,
then it forces the squad out behind cover. The vests are destroyed as Ben W tries to get the vest back up to full health. You can see that squad on the other side of the wall just waiting until the final moments when they're finally forced to move, as the Watson gates are there providing that extra bit of cover, and in come the ults again. It's a bombing zone, it's a red zone, and there is only one team that's really in trouble from this, catching a bit of fire from both squads, and it's the one at the bottom of our screen right now. Zone closes in as those Watson gates are finally going to be out of use, but they are just pinched against the wall. That's the end of them, and it's into pretty much a 2v2 if this goes how we expect.
And this is not good here. You see this ring is forcing people out into the open, but the Watson team does not have the advantage here. Team 13 really being able to take them out. One more fight, and I believe that is one person left from that final team. Can Team 13 close it out? There's the massive. There is a victory coming through from Sleeping Between Games, University of Southampton, and that is a close to round 2 and our final map for the first half of the beginning on World's Edge, as we're going to move through into Stone Point for our next 2 maps.
I guess that post game one nap really did well for sleeping between games. Impressive to get themselves that win, and a very tricky manner to try and take it at the end. I can't even remember which team it was in what position, just because of how intense it was going to that late game. The zone closing in at the very end. It was close, but we'll break it all down a little bit later on. For now, we are going to take a short 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with Storm Point in our next match.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London, saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Amazon University Esports Apex Legends Final for the UK and Ireland. 2 games down on World's Edge, which means now it is time to move over to Storm Point. And we can only provide so much insight here. Look, neither of us are Apex casters by trade. We've done the research we can. We've hammered out the game, but if we're completely honest, we're both lacking a little bit of info on this map. So I think we're going to learn a lot. But what I have been made aware of is that this map is a lot smaller. It's going to be even faster paced just because of how many choke points there are. And I think that the way that teams funnel through them is going to be very interesting and telling of the play styles a squad's going to decide to post up, or do they just want to rush through?
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like when we do see the ring start closing, and especially if there is like an imbalance of terrain, there is like that higher lower ground, we are going to see even more emphasis on these meta comps like Seer, Catalyst. Those walls are going to be so invaluable for a lot of this open space, because we are going to see a lot of open space with these small choke points as well. So if you want to take alternate routes through places, the Catalyst is going to get so much more value. Probably the same with the Valk as well, I'd imagine. Obviously the Loba being able to get over like small like the choke point doors on like certain areas, being able to like bypass like having to move through those small areas as well. I could be completely wrong, I cannot lie. I could be absolutely trolling you guys, but honestly, before we move on to Storm Point, do we want to talk about those games? Because honestly, wow, like that final fight was kind of crazy, right?
Yeah, I think because of how hectic it's been, there's something we might have missed there. Let's take a look over at the leaderboards as soon as they are updated. But what I can tell you right now is that sleeping between games in that last match were able to get an insane amount of points to make that jump. Considering in game number 1, they were only able to get 7, that means 32 points in the second game. That is huge.
Yeah, for sure. And it really, like, just look at that. 24 kills total. Absolutely, like, it's genuinely eclipsing like every other team. Like, look at the closest one to it, 15 from Portsmouth Paladins, but obviously taking a really bad down kind of like midway through, not going to get them nearly as many placement points. But you can just see how like many, like how much value you get from just taking these fights, which is like why I keep hammering at home. You can't win this series if you're not taking fights. Look at how much more value you'll be able to get. And sleeping between the games, really taking my advice to heart and just like absolutely smurfing these fights right now. and playing really good positional advantage as well, just knowing where to be, knowing the right rotations, taking early fights as well, always has a good shield, like Evo shield coming into like this mid game, so they are ready to take advantageous fights, basically just farming up these teams who are taking too long to loot, don't understand when they should be taking these fights, and I wonder if this will continue as we move on to this next map.
I can't help but notice as well, we talked about Portsmouth Paladins in game number 1, and then University of Southampton just come out and have a massive one. So I think there might be a little bit of rivalry going on there, and I don't expect that to change. I think these teams are definitely going to be trying to one-up each other. Obviously, the city rivalry is big enough, but with the unis kind of having so many events together when it comes to esports, the esports societies working together quite a lot, they're going to be familiar with their opponents, and I'm certain that they are going to be trying to one-up each other, prove a point. But it's the bottom end that really struggles right now and a lot of distance to close up. We should point out as well, it's a best of 6 if you weren't aware, which means a third of our games are now gone. We're going to hit that halfway point in our next match, but it starts to become crunch time. If you haven't had a huge performance, then now is the game to do it. Otherwise, it's just going to start slipping away because it's only the top few spots that get themselves prizes here. A lot of these teams could potentially walk away with nothing if they don't start delivering quickly.
Yeah, for sure. And we're speaking of like consistency. I think Avalon is being pretty consistent at the moment as well. But we need to really, as you said, see these lower teams step up. Like there are quite a few teams, as I said. I think we mentioned actually the fourth party coming into this, and they're a team that I thought were going to be a lot more scrappy, but I'm kind of disappointed in how they just played for placement. Surely teams coming into this should be acknowledging like we need to take these like teams and like we need to take these early kills. And I feel like any team who's like during the break, because I know they're taking a wee break right now, any team tuning into this who's looking at those kills and looking at that scoreboard should absolutely be taking a leaf out of the book of, you know, Portsmouth, of Southampton. Get your kills in, know when to move on early, and I think that's going to be so important, especially as you mentioned, smaller map, harder rotations, harder choke points. You need to be rotating ASAP. You do not want to get like third party. You saw how many people were clumped together in that end game phase, and it's so hard to play that out.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky to try and salvage anything in a lobby like this. You can set yourself up in the best position, like we've seen a couple of times now, where a team just sets up, it looks like they're set to take the win, and then all of a sudden, every other squad consolidates on them, and it's just so hard to be able to make those predictions. I think that what I'm starting to see a little bit more, though, specifically in this lobby, and this definitely doesn't apply to everything, is the teams that are playing Edge are kind of wrapping a little bit further, are able to get more kill points just from the freedom to choose which fights they take, as opposed to being forced into taking a fight against whoever has just pushed them. But at least for now, that's the way it stands. We'll see if the change of map changes the playstyle, whether the teams are going to be so kind of pushing to get those buildings and use that hard cover to their advantage, because it's so hard to read into a lobby like this, and it's only now after 2 games you can finally start getting an understanding of what everyone else is doing. And of course, we go and switch up the map on game number 3 just to make it extra difficult for them.
Yeah, for sure. And like, I think I mentioned very briefly before we looked at the scoreboard, we're looking at team comps and that kind of stuff. I really don't expect that to change. Again, people kind of have found what they're comfortable with, and a lot of it is comfort. I think Wraith is a pick that, like, or Pathy, for example. I don't think we actually talked a lot about the class advantages as well for Skirmisher. It's not too distinct, but pinging those care packages, if you are playing Pathfinder, you basically just get another ult for free, right? So you have good rotations, especially through narrow choke points. If you want to take alternative ways around, you do have that available. But I just wonder if, like, again, the pick like the Wraith really is just something comfort, because it's such a like a pubs pick, right? It's such a ranked pick.
I mean, in a lobby like this, though, is that the wrong way to go about things? There is something to be said for making those preparations and coming into a lobby. Say it was a best of 18, for instance, and you had 3 play days to work over. There's something to be said for being able to prepare and make those adjustments, but in a lobby like this, it is kind of like ranked to a certain extent. You are going to have to treat it like that, where you go in and you just need to salvage as many points as possible, and kind of think of it that you're already at a deficit, because every team that's ahead of you is putting you at a further deficit, and you are, in a certain sense, entering into the game with a negative number of points.
Yeah, for sure. And it's definitely going to be hard on the fly to adapt for a lot of teams, especially to like the players at the top. I know when you get knocked out, obviously you're able to watch like different squads, so you will be able to like have people like scout out like, okay, who's the real threat here, what are they doing right, what are we doing wrong. Hopefully I do want to see those at least mid-tier teams at the moment, points wise, kind of adapt and change things up a little bit. I know there is still time, and the best teams will really be sitting there and thinking about how can we mix our play style up right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one. I'm not sure how effective that's going to be. Is it about switching the playstyle? I think if you're the top dog, if you're the team that everybody is sat there spectating, then sure, you've got to switch things up. But how much of that can you really sacrifice to make a change? Just quick update, we are just waiting on a couple more players to get loaded into that lobby, and we'll be hopping right into the game, giving the players a little bit of a chance to rest now, getting them a bit of a break before going in to that third match. It's going to be a grind for these teams because even when you're dead, you're still spectating, you're still talking to your team. It is not as easy as, okay, we'll just reset and come back in a few minutes. You have to constantly be looking at what you can change, how you can improve. And for so many of the squads, that is going to be their downfall, where they just aren't able to make things work. And maybe what worked in the previous few rounds just can't be transferred into a lobby like this, where it is the best of the best.
Yeah, for sure. And you don't want to like turn off either. You don't want to like tune out, because the second your mental goes, it's going to just get so much harder to bring it back. I'm not sure how much this applies necessarily in like something like this. Obviously, where it's spread over like just one day rather than a few days. But I think having strong IGL that's able to like keep your mental focused, especially when you do take a disadvantage fight that does kind of like do you a little bit of points guys. I think we have to see that from like the low point and the mid point teams right now. You know, to get a mental back and get back into it.
Mac was having a couple of audio issues there. I'm not sure whether he's still audible, but as we hop into the character selection, I don't think anything's changed too much in terms of the comp, but I think that the playstyles are certainly going to make a major change as we hop in.
Are we good?
The path, not too difficult for these teams, as welcome back.
Okay, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
I just turned off like the webcam display so I can actually like see the kill feed better, and apparently that turned off my very strange. Anyways, as I was saying, don't break the mental. So important for these teams in the mid-range points right now to actually get back on focus, especially ones like, again, I think Evil Turnips is one that comes to mind as well, or like for example, Sus Boys. I think they're chilling still kind of like around like a midpoint value. I don't think they're in these good spots right now. I think Evil Turnips got like, I don't really think they got much at all. I think they're running like total 11 points right now. It's not looking good. Same with the Sus Boys. I think that I just gotta fix the mental. Gotta fix the mental right now.
Certainly do, and really just keep it, because if you've got it, you don't want to lose it as we get further and further into the evening. If you're a team that started off strong, one or two bad games could really start to change things up. First zone pops.
Wow, kills already.
Pretty standard. Yeah, kills already. Where are they happening? Oh my god, there's a couple of fights going on actually when we look at the map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I imagine there's going to be a collapse on Barometer right now. That seems to be like a good point of interest here. Now, it's really interesting to see people already taken out. I mean, I'm going to assume that's what the noise was. Look, some pot shots taken with that triple take there. Only going to do a little bit of chip damage to the shield, but as I said, being able to take these fights early, get your Evo shield up as quickly as possible is going to be so important for these teams, especially on a map like this where you are going to need to kind of like face tank a lot of stuff going into that mid game, going to be spot out by that Seer Tactical. It has a really nice advantageous position here.
So this is a squad that coming into this we were certainly looking at. The Apex Sus Boys, second place in terms of points in the previous round, but Vremi is in pretty difficult position, trying to hold on to the top of that tower, expecting to be pushed. Bing Chilling is watching it down the bottom, preparing for it as well, but still nothing comes out of the smokes. And Vremi going to try and get away from this one. Hard to blame him when you get him pushed as a solo, but it looks like the fight is not going to stop now. Neo Fried is getting spotted from above. Bing Chilling tries to respond, but nothing coming out of it, as Vremi's only just able to get some decent weapons to work with.
Yeah, for sure. And look at this fight as well, taken early. And I think this is just the correct way to play. We are going to see some combat around. I believe is this North Pad? No, I don't think it is. Maybe I'm trolling, I don't know. But we are going to see, like, just look at this high ground disadvantage. Dropping down here feels so bad after they pushed you off. You had a really nice spot there. I feel like maybe just one more player playing up there is able to secure a little bit more poking here afar from the Nemesis. Has enough ammo for at least, like, a fight and a half. Really don't want to take too long here. Don't want to look for a third party. Not sure about the map state right now where the teams are, but that, if you play it long enough, will end up becoming that third party.
Dreamy somehow able to get away from that one. Looks like the opposing player not able to land any of the shots. In come the smokes as Neofried just going to pop up the shield after doing a little bit of damage. Let the rest of the squad take the lead on this fight. Shots actually coming from above. Not expected to be spotted out there, but certainly is. Bing Chilling moves back after getting the shield cracked, and Breamy is out in no man's land, pinched into a little alcove of safety as Bing Chilling tries to pop up, but gets spotted out. Neofried attempts to catch a player in the pinch, but it just isn't happening for them. Down to a solo, and there it is, the team that we hyped up coming into this match down in 20th place. No points from this one.
And you feel bad too, because like there was players converging not only from like Antenna onto the launch pad there, but you had people coming from up north as well on that colonies camp, and just another team that I believe had dropped there. And it's so rough just losing that high ground early, losing that early game fight with a good setup as well. And again, one's to watch, but really disappointing us here, as we're going to see a little bit of poke coming through from Team 14 on to that Crafter.
All pot shots coming about the places. Ults coming in, trying to cause a problem here for Team 15, who are able to narrowly get away to relative safety. I say that because none of those players are full health anymore. Still limited in terms of coverage outside of this building. They can take the peeks through the windows, through the doors, but still not going to be many options after that. 2 minutes 30 till the first circle has completely closed in. Now it just becomes a bit of a waiting game for those teams in the center, not looking to force the fight, but out here on the edge, it's a different story. Matars takes down 90, finishes off the squad, looking for another's. Macvia spotted out in the trade, manages to knock though, after swapping about, doing a spin and kind of tricking the player into thinking he was going in opposite directions. The final one pushes through, the Nemesis spray comes out, but just not able to connect. Util usage lands as the nade comes down. More damage onto the body though, as that should be the end of Pandora, and somehow Team 14 hold on to it, having taken only one casualty.
And couldn't care less, also getting a kill there whilst Will be instantly spawned in. And honestly, not too bad for that team, having already taken control of Barometer there. Will actually be able to get another kill onto their board right before being taken out, because honestly, getting knocked out there is dreadful. So being able to get at least something is going to put them in a decent stead here. You see a team converging through these waters of Davis's Crossing. This is what I mean by really small kind of choke points. Maybe not so much through like actual being small, but like there's so many open areas and you cannot really converge on this team from Barometer, as they have such a nice high ground. Now I knew this was going to be an attractive drop spot here, especially like since we're kind of like chilling around the edge of the ring on round one, so they do get to hold this area for a little bit more. Team 3 is a bit hungry. I do believe that they will be collapsing in on, and never mind, we are going to jump back to some more combat. My goodness, that's not a word, Marcus. But we are going to jump to some combat here coming through on Lagoon, contesting on this rotate area away from Launchpad. I wonder if they are trying to catch out players moving through, hold this cannon area, and you hate to see it. I believe that's probably Team 19 there with the rampart wall stuck between a rock and a hard place, having that charge beam firing down on them, but they are able to get out pretty safely. Unfortunately, Rick Vimes does have to back off to rotate and reload.
I have just used you 2 shields though, so that once defensible position now being conceded off, maybe something that Team 11 could try to move into if they chose to in the future. But for right now, they're pretty happy using this charge rifle at distance, because that's where it tends to shine. J2 Nappy, he's going to be pushing through here for the Portsmouth Paladins, able to get the opening knock with the burst and flushes out a second. Out goes the squad as Portsmouth Paladins get themselves a couple on the board early. 2 points to their name, and now starting to make it closer to those placement points.
That's Avalon out, by the way. This is the team I was talking about being consistent, already gone, and there's 17 squads remaining. Getting out this early, and I don't believe they really got any kills, has got to hurt their overall placement. Maybe not spans of the map, but it's definitely an upset.
Now, Team 11 just playing a little bit slower, knowing that they can get pushed just a moment. Instead, waiting, playing it slow, and just finding the damage where they need to. I don't think they're too focused on finding the kills and converting them. It's more about keeping that distance. Team 19, though, they want to gain themselves some distance as they start getting pushed. In comes the shotgun play with the Eva as the hipfire looks to finish off the job, but it just doesn't do what Dorthlin wanted to until the final second. Gets the reload, needs to do the same again, close down the distance, does exactly that, and finishes off the fight. One casualty, but it looks like they're going to get themselves the revive. Kill leader on the squad, but the zone a little bit further away from what they'd ideally have hoped for.
And this was part of the consistency issue that we were talking about coming into this from like the fourth party. Is look at that, kill leader already able to get some of these really nice early kills, although I don't think they really expected the team to drop onto their heads. It's part of the issue with not seeking out and hunting these kills is that they can and they will get them, but they're never really putting themselves in the right spot to be able to actually take these fights. So thank goodness they're at least able to get some value. I believe that will probably be around 4 kills because that was 3 squads and they maybe a solo coming in on them. So at least it's something, but we are going to jump back to some more combat happening here on around this catalyst wall.
That is
Team 10.
A nice angle there from Mag through the smoke to be able to land the shots. Looking out for another, but not able to find it as the bombardment, the bombs landing close. Mag tries to get away and get that revive onto Kezi. Looks like the attempt is going to come through, but instead opting to get away. Get a bit of a side angle. Looks like they're going to take the risk on this revive, leave it a little bit longer, but maybe a little bit too risky as they lose another. It's all on to Mag to try and finish off the fight, but against 2 opponents, it's going to be tricky. Vest is now gone, but the Arc Star does exactly the same to the opponents. Unfortunately, not enough. And that's Team 10, the Swan Legends, out in 16th position. We're into the placement points now. Every squad in this lobby confirmed at least one, but you want to make it to those final 5 if you really want to start stacking up the points.
Team 1 actually going for a composition mix-up here, by the way. We do normally see them running that Wraith, that Caustic, and that Maggie. We are going to see the Seer, the Valk, and the Bang, understanding there's a lot of open space, the Bang giving cover. Nice rotations here from Valk, understanding that like we can't really move through a lot of these small choke areas. And Seer, well, it's Seer. What more can I say? Respawn can nerf this character. It doesn't change anything. It's still kind of broken. Always a good pick to have here, especially if you know you're going to be playing around so much Catalyst cover. You want to be able to beam through the Catalyst walls too, so I don't see a real bad reason to be running Seer in this meta, and I like these picks.
Out through the doorway, trying to spot the movement without giving too much away. It looks like Team 12 happy with playing a little bit slower this time around. They're inside of the zone and not really prepared for that long-range fight by the looks of things. Instead, opting to play a little bit slower. If they find a little bit of damage, they'll certainly make the most out of it. On the other side of things, though, in the center, you can see just how tricky it's going to be for this Eastern squad to make a push. Already being gate-kept with the zone on their back, it limits the amount of space that if they wanted to move out and back and kind of reposition in terms of their entrance, they don't have as much of a choice as maybe they'd like. And, well, we'll see what it looks like down to the south for this squad. It's Team 9 up above, looking out. Apexy Legends just waiting, but they are getting distracted now.
So I actually really like this. So this is the team that we actually saw take this first fight here on Launchpad, actually forcing off this high ground. And now look at them. They've got the Watson, they've got that ult down, the constant shield refresh. And it's really, really nice position they've in. They've actually got this loot up. And we know that the ring is at least going to force them a little bit further out. But for now, they're able to play this high ground, poke down on these people. And look at these resources they've actually got dropped up here. They can actually afford to take disadvantageous fights, get chunked out a little bit, and still refresh themselves moving forward. But we are going to see a little more combat coming down at the edges of the ring here. Catalyst wall being forced out, being forced in, and this team is going to be collapsing, and this is the Paladins. I'm excited to see how Team 7 jumps straight into this, and they move forward into Antenna. Huge collapse here. Seattle coming out, and we should be able to see just a little bit slower pace while they're trying to get these bats back up. Lots of ordnance being thrown down, and that is actually another party moving in, getting real dangerous. Neither team in a position of a fight they want to take, and that is Spaces playing with his life there. So much user being thrown down. Another Sear tactical, and that wall is gonna go down in a second. You are now exposed to that third party. This is a terrifying fight. I don't think the Paladins really want to take this, and maybe they should consider dipping if they have that Valkyrie available, but they're not going to be given the option. Another peek on the roof, forced into another fight. Rift is going to get that shield upgrade, but is it going to matter? Being chunked down, low, down. Spacers just chilling in the wings, has to move forward, help and assist Nappy. Reinforced door, cannot close it, cannot take that cover, but look at that third party. Mordecai, Arsage, and the team on the roof, not aware that Nappy has moved back in, has to maybe contest and check down as Spacers and Nappy are going to go maybe around through the storm and just get out. So smart. Collapsing in here, but look, one push here coming on that third party. Don't think they're going to get that res off, but there's one down, being able to pick off, and that is more refresh on that shield. Team 19 down, team 15 down, kill lead now going on to Paladins, and barely getting ripped up before they bleed out.
I don't know how Portsmouth have been able to turn this around. They started out this fight, sure, they looked aggressive, but things completely turned. Portsmouth ended up being the ones getting pinched, but from the sheer amount of damage, they've actually pushed this other squad away now into the bottom of this dish, and, well, that might just open them up, but on the counterpoint, Portsmouth Paladins now have to run all the way down here with two teams up ahead of them. That wall is going to be so essential to break the line of sight and get into safety. It looks like J2 Nappy, though, instead wants to swing round to the left, the faster side of the zone to force it a little bit quicker. Now, though, hopping on board with Team 17. Another fight going down in the same location that we saw earlier. Bald Dad number 9 is the first eliminated, as it's all looking to follow down on low health. And now the final goes, and it's just like that. Team 13, Team 17, both getting eliminated. Another fight happening. Portsmouth getting involved again, but with two different squads, and already finding an opening knock.
And you hate to see it as well. Look at Portsmouth actually avoiding that bang ult. The fuse ult constantly ticking them down, giving the reveal for that third pipe. But look, Portsmouth has the advantage state, but still has to keep moving. That ring is closing in behind them. Does not have too much time left. And you hate to be the party stuck in the middle of all of this. Eden stuck down below. Space is not ready to jump down. Really wants Mordecai and the rest to have to move forward with this ring. The ring is now closed. Still stuck behind cover. Use Util being thrown down. Team right below them. Rift, don't know if that Catalyst ult is available, but honestly, I don't think it's necessary. Wonder if they'll actually drop down and take this fight. Look, 3 full Evo shields here, just forcing out this third party. That's one knock, and that is the team eliminated. Goodbye, Team 8, and now has to move in on the Watson team underneath. There's only 2 people left in that building. Surely this is a fight that Portsmouth Paladins want to take here.
Rift just flanks around the back. That is beautifully done. The Watson gate's still going to be there, though. They need to try and make a push through. They get themselves a flush. That's 8 kills. Sorry, that's 8 squads remaining, down to just 7. There's 3 kills just on the front of Rift. The whole squad putting in work right now as they're just looting up freely. They're still in a fairly good position. Sure, they've got a ways to go, but even better position has to be looking at Team 11 higher, just in the center of this circle, letting everybody else come towards them as they just scrap out in the open to the north, as we see from above. Squad's starting to get pretty far split from each other, and that is going to be a problem, especially when we consider how much water's in this zone, how tricky it's going to be for these teams to try and navigate with no cover around them.
And we are going to see the final ring end up being like around the ridge, which is not an area that I really like. I don't think there's too much cover. It's so open. It's all going to be about those catalysts once again. And she is going to have to provide so much value for all these teams. Look at these resources being stacked up. Having to actually just, I mean, this is the good thing about Valk. You can just dump a ton of resources up on high ground and just play on this high ground here. Thankfully, being able to sit in this ring, one of the few teams that is going to have this advantage coming into round 4, as we are going to start the ring closing. But look, just dancing, knowing there's people over there on Launchpad, having to be cautious, looting out these boxes, and we are going to see a team with the Valk landing just in the distance.
What I think sets these teams apart is how they play when nothing is going on. Just doing things like setting up the armor, dropping it so it's fully, healed up as soon as they pick it up in a fight is really impressive for me. But now it's going to be Eden in real trouble as they try to make a run out in the open. It's Smiley Face who finishes off the job with the wingman. Team 12 go down, Team 14 following suit. 5 squads remain, and this is where the big placement points start to stack. Sinkyu with the Kraber tries to land it, only connects with one. Nothing coming out of it, those points not being found. Instead, Sinkyu tries to get on top, realizes the zone is going to be pushing in. They have to make a push sooner or later. Shrewd posted up, waiting and preparing for every squad to come through this choke point. It's something we spoke about so much. Is there it is, Watty finishing off the job onto another squad, but close to the edge of the circle. Spacers is going to be bleeding out from this one more than likely. So now they try to surround, the fight kicks off, but it's just a lack of info all round on where this final player is.
There goes Paladins, by the way. Paladins taken out as we finally enter into the remaining 3 squads. You hate to see it happen. And honestly, it's nice to see Turnips have a real change of pace coming into this. Actually finding an advantage and being part of their end game. Has a few kills on their belt as well. So we're going to see some good score coming through finally. But what was that one team on the rock? I really want to see that one team way in the distance that has just such a disgusting spot here. Wandering Moss. What team are they part of? Can I have a quick look, observers, please? Thank you, because I really want to know if this is a team that's already getting a lot of points on the board.
We've seen Moss early in the first game. This is a team that is not afraid to take fights early, but they've actually kind of switched things up now, haven't they? They're playing a little bit slower where the audio.
Wait, so this is the team that actually won the previous... Wait, no, this isn't the team that won the previous game.
They did well in game 1.
They did well in game 1, and this is the thing, is like being able to play here on this rock while the ring is converging, I believe, onto their position is not too bad, but they're going to have to drop off, and they're actually probably the team least affected by this final ring.
Sunny also in a good position, though, as they try to close the distance. Now is the time for Moss to start making some damage down below. Sees the players expose themselves out in the open, and they quickly make a turn to try and reposition, find another way in. It just doesn't look too likely, though, at least until the team over on their right start to take some shots. They are completely open. Sure, there's a little bit of cover from the wall, but it's just not going to be enough. 2 kills on the board here for KXO as the spray comes through. Now starting to find significant amount of damage. Shields down and looking like a player soon to follow. Another shield cracked, and there's the first knock. Colonel Cobb goes down, and everybody having to reposition, ready for the final circle. They still need to be prepared, though. There's another team over on their right. There's only 2 left, and both of them just playing their rocks for every bit of safety they have. It's the final circle, and there's only 50 seconds left on it. Somebody has to peek, but honestly, they're both about equidistant from the center now.
Now, I was going to say initially that I really like this Catalyst ult. It gives them a lot of like area to play with, and it doesn't mean that necessarily they can cross anywhere, but they can play a bit aggressively forward. Ooh. I actually think it might have been a bit premature, because obviously the ring has not started counting down yet, and probably as soon as the ring starts moving, your Catalyst ult goes down, and you are actually in a worse... I don't think you're in a worse position. I actually think they're in a better position here, but they're still going to have to move. So I maybe think that they could have saved it a little bit, play around that sit and just play that full Warhag's comp, but oh my goodness, it doesn't matter. Moss landing these taps on that scout. Very, very nice. Good stand, but the bang ult surely forces him out of position here. Using the shield battery just to tank the bang ult damage as well coming through. I think actually just dodging it very nice, but look at this push.
That's the perfect opportunity for the squad to start moving in, and they catch them completely off guard. Coming around the side, Bill goes over the top, and it is all but over. I say that. Shrew now the final player left up. It's actually going to be down to a 1 versus, I believe, 1 situation. Completely surrounded. One player going to be out inside the zone, though, and that's the end of it. It was 2 versus 1 in the end, and quickly cleaned up there. Beautifully done for our first game over here on Storm Point, and honestly, it did not disappoint.
Very nice. And it feels so good, especially to see Evil Turnips really in a really strong position after we hyped them up as the premier team coming into this. Maybe they're back in their element. I don't think that maybe their initial comps worked on World's Edge. I feel like they didn't get too much value. So it's nice to see a little bit more of an alternative playstyle playing around that kind of meta with the Seer, and actually finding a lot of success. So we'll be back after a short break. Make sure you stay tuned, as we're going to be back for another map of Storm Point round 4 of this tournament. Stay tuned.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London. Saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Amazon University Esports Apex Legends final for the UK and Ireland. Powered, of course, by Prime Video, Prime Student, and Omen. So thank you to all of them for making this event possible. My name is Chunks, joined once again by the Mac, and 3 games down. We're at the halfway point, so let's just take a look at the leaderboard and see how things are currently stacking.
So I think this is going to be really interesting because we do see Evil Turnips get back into that group, actually taking the W last game. So I think we'll actually see a bit of a shake-up because I do think we saw quite a few high teams actually ending getting dropped. Look at Avalon all the way down to 5th. Where's the audio up in 2nd as well? A team that we didn't keep an eye on, and look how close those top splits are. 41, 38, 37, and then there's the rift. The 37 to the 32, Evil Turnips. Doesn't matter that they won that game. They just did so poorly in those first 2 that it's very, very hard to claw their way back up. But there's still opportunities, and they're not out. They may be down, but they're not out. That's for sure.
We have to remember as well, of course, we played 2 World's Edge, and now we're playing 2 Stormpoint. Going back to World's Edge after this match, and then back to Stormpoint after that. So you have to find that balance. If there are teams that are only strong on one map, it's going to start showing relatively quickly. Now, I got to say, where's the audio to sleep in between games? If we look at it in terms of the amount of points they need, if one of them wins, one of them gets 2nd place, for instance, where's the audio? Same number of kills, they're tied. It's so close right now that it really is going to come down to the final game, and it's the beauty and the kind of the downside to a best of 6, isn't it? If you let one game slip, they all start to slip away after that. So everyone really hoping for a top 3 finish tonight.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess it's more about like sending a message as well. I don't know, if I'm playing here, then I'm definitely trying to be like, okay, I'm better than you. And you mentioned that there's like a rivalry, right? By the way, especially between sleeping between games and Portsmouth Paladins. Unless I'm trolling and I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure that those are the 2 teams. Yeah. So like, if I've just got back from doing the Kiel versus Staffs University like this weekend, and that was all about showing off like who's better here. But it's not even about the prize anymore. It's about sending a message to the team. So I think these people in those top spots might be playing more for ego and pride than anything else.
I mean, that's what this is all about, isn't it? Everybody just wants to prove their point. Even if you're, Durham Defenders or Giga Chads right now down at the very bottom, you just want to prove that you have those games in you. If first place might be a bit of a stretch, I mean, we're halfway through, it would really require the top 3 squads to completely slip all their games to be able to make that catch up. But at least you can prove your worth, make a dent in the lobby, start to climb your way up, and then maybe next time you kind of work on what you've built. But right now, so much up in the air. Only 1 Stormpoint game down. Still 1 more to go before we switch over again. A lot of adaptation required. I think we've touched on that a few times tonight, but really, how do these teams change? Because it feels like there's so much that's unpredictable right now. It's hard for a team to really get a grasp. You see one squad get set up. Look at kind of the midpoint of last game. One squad gets set up, then immediately they get pinched from both sides and have to take what was previously a really defensible position and completely give it up and find somewhere new.
And you talk about mix-ups, but I think we should point out the winners of last game did end up mixing up their comp quite a lot, which does give them like a really nice advantage. I wonder if teams that kind of stuck with the same comp that they had from World's Edge might be struggling to adapt to this different kind of style of play, the more choke point focused areas. So we'll have to see like how these, and I know this is like the most traditional, like, oh, casters says we'll have to see, but we really will have to see when we get into that lobby if people are running anything unconventional. I did love that fuse pick. I did think we saw a really impactful Fuse ult like halfway through last game that I really liked. So I think Fuse has some value. And again, I just want someone lock Fuse Maggie, please. I want to see it so bad.
I think that we might start to see a change. Now that we're reaching a point where we've kind of seen teams start to struggle, they're going to have to start rethinking their team composition, making those changes, but there's not much time to do it as we're about to get into our fourth game of the evening. Time flies when you're having fun, and let's see what everyone decides to pick. Second Storm Point game, and going to be some major changes required for those teams who are yet to get serious numbers on the board.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we're just going to see more of like this standard meta here of no way, Seer, Valk, Catalyst, surely not. Teams would never lock the same comps. No way, definitely not. The absolutely most insane thing, I think Catalyst is like so strong here, which again is why I want to see more of these counter picks coming in. I do like some teams just taking a like more traditional kind of like angle, but like running the Seer to kind of counter that Catalyst a little bit. But I want to see more about positional mix-ups, positional like changes coming into these early drops, take a little bit more control. Obviously, we did see that end ring start going more towards a launch pad, ridge, antenna side. Maybe we'll see something towards the top of the map, some combat on high point, something like that, that forces people, or like something a bit more broad. Maybe we go down to fish farms and end rings on fish farms are like ridiculously open. It's just playing in those little buildings at the sides, or we could just have something completely different. Either way, I'm sure we'll be shaping up for a really good series.
Certainly will. Drops coming in. A couple of hot drops in the previous game that we weren't expecting. Obviously, there was that kind of drop spot list that teams have put down, but I don't think all of them actually claim something there. So definitely something to keep an eye on, whether teams are going to be switching up the drop spot, specifically going into our next two games, because that's the final match of each map, making it a little bit harder. If you hot drop a team, you're not going to have to worry about them then hot dropping you next game. So if there's a team at the top that wants a couple free points, get themselves a buffer, they will definitely be trying to target those a little bit lower down. But that is one of those things that comes with VOD review, and that's not an easy thing to do in a best of 6, as now Team 12 starting to take an early game fight, hearing the footsteps, hearing the shots, and now feeling them as a couple bullets land. Dover able to get away just in time, build a bit of a wall between them and the opposing team using that hard cover, but now they have to close the distance and start this fight all over again.
The only dancing happening on the Mirage Party Boat is the dancing away from these bullets right now, as we are going to see an aggressive pick here, taking away the team. Remember that team already. Nice shots from the PK. That is going to be collapsed on by another teammate here. Nice taps from a 30-30. One down, not going to be enough. Huge collapse from a third party here coming through, and that is the team eliminated without getting a single pick here. Really unfortunate and a really bad start to the game, as we see another fight take place. Team 3. I don't know, they're in the training range. I'm trolling. I forgot about this bit completely. I can't lie. But this should give them just some nice early bonus resources. I think one advantage of doing this map is there is things around the map to like fight to actually give resources. Fun little fact for you guys.
I like this, honestly, from Team 3. It might seem like a bit of a waste of time. Obviously, they are giving away a lot of info, but at the end of the day, they're getting themselves that util very early on. They're getting themselves resources, and it means that, arguably, coming into the early game fights, they're going to be the strongest team about. They're going to be the ones that are a real threat to everybody else.
And I mean, like, you have to remember as well, the Evo shields are so important. Look at how close to evolution we're seeing here. 35 till purple is going to be really big. Just a little bit of taps on the opponents here, just from a far distance, is going to be so good for this team. Probably one of the teams with the earliest advantage states here are seeing a little bit of combat, as you see a bunch of teams collapsing in on each other. I don't want to know exactly where this is, because my brain is like not processing right now. Bing chilling currently in combat, maybe around Stormcatcher area.
I wish I could help there, but I think we're both very open with our map knowledge and not having any. As Rip Primes, wow, nicely done from range to land the damage there. Quickly turn the conversation around, as it looks like Team 11 actually wanted to close in on this pretty quickly. They're really geared up for a long-range fight, but instead opting to close it and wanting to get aggressive early. Credit to them for this, but it's not going to be an easy one. That has closed a lot of distance very quickly. Oh, no.
Really aggressive Loba bracelet here onto Stormcatcher. But, like, damn, hit your shots, bro. We're just talking about, like, how good this guy is. Oh, he's hitting all of these times and then misses all of them. I think if they land, like, a couple more shots, that is actually at least a knock there. We are just seeing more and more combat, trying to get as much Evo as possible here. Watson being able to lock down this space. Quite a nice area to be holding. We already know that this area is something where a lot of people take early combat. Now, I'm not saying that things are going too quickly here. Obviously, the teams are quite spread out. It's a lot of poke from range. I wonder if we're going to see a strong collapse. There is the bang ult available, but right now, I think we are just going to see a little bit of skirting around from all of the teams.
Can't blame them. Now is the time to play it a little bit slower, start to think a little bit more before taking these fights. There's a lot of squads who have been just rushing in aggressively, and I can't blame them in the earlier games when you maybe wanted to size up the competition, but now we're getting to the point where it's all about making every match count. Passion lands a couple. Nothing connecting, though. At least making the opponents concerned that there could be shots around as everybody waits. Prowler Island looks to be where our next engagement is going to kick off.
Bang ult popped immediately on that building, trying to force out the save from inside. Cannot let anyone lurk around that high ground on the rocks. I believe that is Team 3 just trying to at least give themselves a little bit of space to move out. Probably going to take that cannon to launch themselves out of their heavy damage taken here, but will get away with their life. Able to pop that shield battery.
Oh no.
Obviously that is quite noisy, but Acer getting taken down right before getting launched. Now I do know that bodies can get launched away, so it is going to follow suit. Not going to be left alone. Is able to get picked up safely, but is in a bad spot. That makes a lot of noise. You're giving away where your location is, and obviously the other team can follow you if they're feeling confident, knowing that Acer is quite low, and we are going to see wow, just behind a third party, and that's both of the teammates down. Now, spotted out by the Seer Tactical. I was about to say, Loba's in a good spot. Out of all characters to be able to rest their teammates, this is the one. But honestly, you are not in a good position, and that is another team third-partying you, and that is another squad out of the way. Team 3, it feels so bad to be you right now, and what an unfortunate third-partying there. And this is the issue with taking those cannons. It leaves you so open to third-partying.
This is not the first time we've talked about evil turnips either, by the way. Sorry, where's the audio? That's it. They are continually taking early game fights. If we look over at what happened in the previous game, making it to the late game, and I think getting themselves the win, if I'm remembering correctly. It's been a hectic one, let's put it like that, but this is a squad that is not afraid to take early game fights. They just need to find that balance, making sure they're not losing players unnecessarily. Cave Crush, though, going to take a couple shots down low, using that high ground to the advantage to try and pinch this squad, and it's working out perfectly right now. Turtle closing in onto Trolley as the rest of the squad try and move in. They might have to keep Joe Bear back just for a little bit of suppressing fire, which then puts the squad in a 2v3 situation, which is not the spot you want to be in. But at the same time, would you rather be getting pushed from above?
This is the thing. It's like it's so tough here, especially leading into this is only second round, by the way. I don't think this game has been particularly bloodier than the like any of the rest of them. We seem to have like the same pace of movement. We generally get down to like what, round 4, round 5. There's like 10 squads, then it's down to like what, 4, 5, and then that last 3. There's always seems to be 3 in that last circle, right? But we are going to have to see a little bit smarter rotation as well, just to not get caught out there. There's a lot of desperation attempts to get out, but again, it's a shame to see Team 3 drop so early after like having like a really promising previous game. They are very high on that scoreboard, but I can't imagine this game is going to be doing them any favors.
Team 8 now, still trying to gatekeep. They know there's a squad out in the zone, they just don't know exactly where. There's a choke point up ahead of them they could try and make something out of, but waiting for the player to expose themselves before taking the shots. Closing in a bit closer now. Wanting to give too much info away as they just pincer this squad into the zone. Out comes the jetpack, but it's no real problem for CD5, who finds the knock pretty instantly. finishes off the job. 16 squads now remaining, already close to the placement points.
And that's Apex Sus Boys down, by the way. And we were talking about how we feel like they've been a little bit disappointing in terms of like overall how they've been performing throughout this series. Again, was going directly even with Evil Turnips, who were the ones to watch coming into this. And they're already gone. And this is Team 18 being put in a bad spot. Not many resources left. I do believe that it's going to be the last shield bat here from this TTV player. And maybe they're getting stream sniped. You never know. But it feels pretty bad to be this team, having to burn that shield bat after already popping your cells. In a nice high ground spot, though, understanding that they can third pie. This team moving in from the side. Untraditional here to take Horizon after these nerfs, and wonder if this is maybe map dependent or a comfort pick.
It's an interesting one. I don't know. I think that's going to be one of those things the team really have to talk to us about. Hopefully we'll get an interview with somebody later to try and provide more insight, as there's only so much that we can offer here. It looks, though, like Team 18 are getting ready to take this engagement. They've given up what was their high ground, as they now need to work their way into zone. Just trying to thread the needle carefully. They've got to know there's a lot of teams nearby. It's just a question of how much info they truly have. TTV getting ready to pop up into the building and gatekeep as they hear the jetpacks launch. Now is the opportunity for them to maybe take a couple free shots and get some damage onto the team about to cut them off.
And this is the thing, I'm pretty sure that team's about to hot drop directly onto these people landing right in front. Team 18 is not a team that has proven themselves as particularly strong combat-wise. As you can see, only 26 damage being taken here. That Bloodhound ult is available, faking out the cannon. You can do that by stepping on here. He's going to fake out that rotate. That's 3 now. No one going to fall for it. Skyward dive is has been taken, obviously, by that other team, trying to cut them off back in the ring, and maybe just trying to prevent them from moving comfortably here. But instead, Team 18 choosing not to take that fight. But like, oh, this is so gross. Ew. Ew, imagine, that's actually really icky. Look at them, they're just third-partying the wall here. They've got the rampart barriers up and they're just poking with a charge rifle. And that is actually disgusting here. While Team 4 is being forced to fight for their life and basically, like, the worst spot ever here. And you hate to see it. That is Team 4 down, Desperation Catalyst ult. As Team 7, the Paladins, able to pick Rift back up. I'm pretty sure this is like the 3rd time we've seen Rift get down, like, and then immediately pick back up, which I think is pretty funny. But yeah, are just going to see a lot of third partying around the wall right now. I do believe this final, well, this is only like the 2nd ring, so we're going to move into this 3rd ring. I really want to see where this 3rd ring takes us, and this will actually probably, to be honest, with how many weird choke points there are right now, be a pretty disadvantageous spot. It's going to put them out into the middle of... I
just say the really open. It's going to be wide open.
The open smiley face. There you go. It's going to put them out into the open, and then technically no one can say I'm wrong.
Hey, you got to learn the tricks, man. I've been blending it so well all evening. Anyway, Bill, looking out. It looks like they're actually going to rotate through the zone right now to potentially take a little bit of damage, unless they're just waiting for a gatekeep. Team 15, though, they are anxious to make this move, hesitant as the zone closes in. They're going to need to get themselves some info real quick, which they have been able to find. It's just a question of making something count now, breaking those line of sights, but instead wanting to take the fight. Arcstar close here to Team 17 as the first to fall. Bald Dad number 9, not wanting to actually revive his teammate. Instead, just letting him bleed. Not sure whether they think there's someone out ahead here. It looks like they're going to make a move and go for it later, but no, as the jetpack gets disabled, now just going to be forced to move on foot through an area that they haven't really had the chance to clear, and they know is reinforced. Down goes one, and it's down to just a solo. It's not looking promising for them, but on the opposite end of things, a building fight on the very edge of zone with only a minute till it starts to move.
And this is like a really, really bad spot to be in here. You hate to see like a team forced inside this building. And like, sure, you have like the Wraith portal like being set here. So I think they're actually finding an angle out of here. Just have to stall for long enough. I wonder if the team watching their position is just committing a ton of util, knowing that the portal is going to be there. Has to take that portal and get out. Oh no, Sirens maybe getting chunked out a little bit. Obviously, the team can follow them through that portal, so they have to be ready to take this fight immediately. I wonder if we'll see the shield cell starting to get popped. Hydro poking from afar right before they try and take any form of following. Surely taking that portal might have been a bit of suicide here, but we are seeing like just a ton of people playing around the edge of the ring right now, trying to just play around the zone, which is going to start slowly moving through, playing around these edges, trying not to take any immediate poor gunfights. There's just so much not great cover on this area to play around. Huge Horizon ult, by the way, going to have to be burned down. It could have forced them out of cover, as they will get pushed by another team, having to back off and move around, take an alternate route out of there. Let's see what I mean about these like close choke points. It's so hard to play around them.
And this is Southampton. This is a team that have been known for putting up big games so far tonight, but unfortunately losing one early. It isn't going to go the way they would have hoped. Team 13 now trying to close in as quickly as they can, but really struggling. It looks like actually the other squad going to back away from this a little. Instead, letting someone else backfill and cause real damage. Everybody just trying to escape as the zone closes in. Smokes go up and into the Wraith portal they go. TTV also trying to find a way through, but as the zone is chunking so much, they've got to get the heals and get into the circle, but somebody is going to be waiting there. It's almost a guarantee. JJC tries to move back, goes for the heal, but instead goes back through the portal, prepared to take a fight this time. Actually cracks the armor, looked for a second like he was going to be able to get to cover, but not enough. Spotted in the open as Ben tries to heal up. Team 13 in some serious trouble, but with a little bit of respite, they have just over a minute 30 to get themselves into that next circle, but it's not easy when there's a team up on the high ground firing down. Ben tries to move away, but it's going to be tricky. Rock for cover. That's about it. The high ground, by the way, still being used. It isn't the strat that you want to see, but at least they're going to have to move and take a close range fight sooner rather than later.
So we were just talking about sleeping between games and how incredible they are. They're out. The kill feed says they're out. They're out. They're out. We're in the last 10 squads. This is what I mean. We're going to hit the 10 squads, then we're going to start hitting the 4 squads, and then we're going to get to that final circle, and there's going to be 3 left, and we are actually having this final circle converge on the wall. Now, this is going to be a really, really interesting spot for these final fights to take place. A lot less open than the I guess, 3 previous final rings we've had. A lot more potentials for easy poke here. G7 just being able to get this nice little taps through, being able to get a little bit more poke, and so close to that final Evo shield level.
Sonny looking out, trying to make something happen, but just being torn apart there. It's the long-range fire just landing too close. Every team seems to have a little bit of cover. That just makes these fights into more of a slow burn than you'd maybe expect in the more open zones we've experienced tonight. As it closes its way through, Team 1, Evil Turnips playing carefully, not to give too much away, certainly going for placement, and you can't blame them with how strong their position currently is inside zone. The downside is the lack of space they have to actually peek out without completely exposing themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And like just having to like keep an eye on these people just lurking around the side as well. Team 1, obviously being consciously aware of where everyone is moving into the space, has a really good position, can play around this building that they're on. Has the ability to get out as well, although I don't think it's particularly safe with that Val cult. I wonder what other util is available to them, as they are literally just taking pot shots at teams walking past through that open area. They're able to get a nice few taps on, although no one actually taking any serious fight. That Seattle is going to be dumped onto a building where there is a current team fight happening between those 2 teams. Look at the team stuck on that rock there. That was the team that got out earlier with that cannon, with that Wraith portal. And Team 14 is stuck between a rock, a hard place, and like 3 other squads right now.
It's certainly a tricky one, but Team 14 are pretty happy that they actually have some hard cover. That's something that can't be said over here on the southeastern side, as this squad is just getting completely torn apart. They do throw up a bit of a barrier for safety, but that's already gone as it got peppered. Maybe a little bit ambitious to think they could have made that one work, only using a fence for cover, and that will give away a lot of info to the teams on the opposite side of this wall. But it also applies a lot of pressure, realizing that sure, they can push into zone, but they're going to be backfilled very quickly. Zali coming through. Oh, what a beautiful nade to take the players down to low health. Arcstar's following through as well. And surely this has to be the end of this squad. Zali, though, going in as a solo, might live to regret it as the armor is already gone. The health soon to follow. Just about able to wraith away for now, but they are already watching to see that final position. Spaces closes through. This is Team 7 Portsmouth Paladins. Can they finally make it to that end game? It looks like they are heading that way about it. 8 kills on the board for Spaces here.
Really, really nice as well. That team has a lot of total kills, and I guarantee you after this game, it does not matter how they really place from here. This is going to be a team that has got a lot of point contention here, and I guarantee you we're going to see Portsmouth come out on top after this game, just with the raw amount of kills they've been able to pick up throughout. It's really, really scary for other squads. I need things to get bloody from the other teams if they need to actually catch up in this game. But look, Team 7 not in a great spot, has the height disadvantage, sure, has the catalyst available, needs to start moving, is going to end up popping that Valk ult, but might get chipped down as they are ready for burn. Look at the spray. I want to see those health bars. Not in a great spot. There's not many good places to land as we come into this final. Every single team is shooting at them right now, end up dropping on top of the other squad, and I think Nap is going to actually end up going down from that.
Watty trying to make the most out of the high ground as more starts to land. Now time to get a little bit of info on exactly where everybody is. He's got a good read on the players down below him, but at least over to the other side, not certain as of yet. Shield cells being popped as they realize it is down to the final battle, into the final 6. This is where the placement points really start to ramp up, so teams do not want to be giving anything away here. They do not want to be getting eliminated in this kind of position because it is just so close to the higher end of things. Vest is cracked there by Watty as he takes barely any damage in return. Arcstar getting ready to follow, maybe shut down something of use, but just not able to find anything. This digital threat is going to be so powerful with this smoke up as it already finds a little bit of damage, but Watty spotted in return.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I really love Evil Tournament's position here. Is outside of the seal, is not taking major combat right now. And as you mentioned, the Digi threat, they are running that bang Digi threat combo. Is going to be so lethal coming into this. And they have their own seal if they actually want to start moving in. And I think they're going to need to, because Watty is getting chunked down. A Storm is going to start moving in. This is the final zone. All or nothing. Needs to start taking fights. And once again, we are left with 4 squads, Chunks.
It's a tricky one, but it gets intense now. At least 5 points confirmed for all of these teams, but they can more than double that if they make it all the way to the win. J2 Nappy caught down low, gonna have to drop back down alongside Rift. It looks like playing a little bit slower, hoping that these teams deal with each other quickly. One squad about to have to push through, though, right out through the open, and Bill is going to be ready for it. Big fire coming through as they spot out every player, but now not able to spot them anymore. Spraying through for everything it is worth, as now everyone should fall the way of Evil Turnips. They've got the high ground, but that zone is slowly but surely closing its way in. It's going to be tricky if they're able to make anything out of it, especially as all eyes appear to be on them. Nice usage, though, as it does a lot of damage. That's Team 14 down. Strathers are out, and we are into the top 3, but more bombs coming down, and surely Team 1 have to be forced off of this now.
Yeah, for sure. It's so unfortunate to see the Strathers come down, as we are going to see the no ammo, running out of ammo, has like having to share resources with each other. Surely has to throw down this seal. They have a decent spot, but that ring is going to start closing in. There's no place that can really throw that seal out without it getting burst down by another team. Has the high ground, but doesn't have the ammo advantage. Too much poking's left them in a really bad spot for this final fight. Look at this rotation. Paladins has such a good angle. The Watson team not in a great spot, having to move in as well. And literally, look, they have the perfect third party here. Look at this insane collapse from the Turnips here. That's 1 down. But I don't think they know where the Paladins are.
They have to clean up. There it is. Pompey play up, get themselves a win. Long overdue for a team who's been putting serious numbers on the board, but they get themselves the first win of the evening. And you know what? When you said, I guarantee they'll be on top of the leaderboard after this game, I was like, okay, this is a cast a curse if I've ever seen one. It's about to completely fall apart. But no, they get themselves that win, and wow, Portsmouth needed it.
really, really impressive as well. Performance, perfect rotation as well at the end there, and being able to perfectly third fight because they read that they had to actually jump on them there and take that fight. Running out of ammo, needs to go for desperation kills and a really, really good setup. But thank you for watching this game. We'll be back, I believe, with World's Edge for our 5th map coming in after this short break. Stay tuned.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London. Saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Amazon University Esports Apex Legends Final for the UK and Ireland. My name is Shugs, joined once again by the Mac. We are at least now through all of our maps, but we're going back to our first map of the evening over here on World's Edge to switch things up. I know we keep reading into the maps, but I think we've covered that enough. Let me just take a minute to gloat as Portsmouth managed to win a game, and I'm pretty sure that should put them on top. We'll see, though.
Well, I'm actually really keen to go straight into these standings.
We are having some technical issues a second, apparently. Let's hop into the standings and
back.
see how things
I'm
are
back
looking.
in.
You're back?
I'm back in.
You
yeah,
can run us
that's
through
me.
it, then.
So, honestly, Team 1, first place. If it's not Portsmouth Paladins, I'm shocked, right? There we go. Insane amount of kills, please. 42! These guys have to be Preds or something. There's no way. This is ridiculous level of kills. They are miles ahead of the competition. This is over like 15 points differential from second and third place. This is not a team that I expected to be absolutely smurfing it coming into these final games. Part of me wonders if they had a roster swap up right before the finals. Maybe people weren't available during the week stuff, but like, wow, that was a really impressive performance we saw last game. Honestly, like, probably the best team performance we saw at all, and a really nice finishing as well. Great third partying, sleeping between games, even though getting knocked out pretty early does actually able to like contest like somewhat in the scores, although they are getting caught up by evil turnips. Although I think that Portsmouth is an absolute monstrous team coming into this. It's going to get very, very hard, and it's kind of crazy to see how the teams dominating like the overall early weeks are kind of struggling now.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, but we said the scrappier playstyle, the teams that are maybe less consistent can really make it shine tonight, and that's something that Portsmouth Paladins have been able to do. I can't help but notice, though, second place, sleeping between games. That's University of Southampton. This rivalry is just right in itself. This storyline is going for it. All it takes, though, is Portsmouth Paladins slip one match. If they don't get any points for whatever reason, teams could very quickly eclipse them. That is one win's difference to be able to close that gap. So if any of those teams in the top 5 are able to get a win and Portsmouth just aren't able to make something happen, it could quickly start slipping. As we've touched on so many times, you have to keep that mental together, and it's about finding the balance between being confident and not being overconfident.
So, especially we're jumping straight back into World's Edge as well. It's going to be a real mix-up as well, because like, obviously, they've got like ready to the momentum of Storm Point. It seems to be a map that they were like finding a lot of success on, right? So jumping straight into World's Edge might give other teams a bit more of an advantage. I know Storm Point isn't for everyone as well. So World's Edge is kind of like your bread and butter of Apex Legends. So guess this is like a real final opportunity for some of these teams that are a lot more comfortable on this map to prove themselves, get some really, really strong points, rack up some kills. Maybe some teams will be looking to avoid Portsmouth trying to donate kills to them. Hey, even dying to other teams does actually like make it so that Portsmouth doesn't get to maintain this lead this hard. So there are people like there are options coming into this for other teams, especially still people like hanging around up until like that 5th, 6th place. Definitely still have a chance to take that at least top 2 spot.
Yeah, anything could change at a moment's notice. There's still 2 games remaining. We're only just past the halfway point, if you think about it. It's a very small sample size. We keep talking about it, but things could change very, very quickly. It's about keeping that momentum now as we switch maps. Things do have to slow down. I will say, Portsmouth's playstyle, as much as it has worked out, is very, very risky, and we can't forget that for a moment, because they are going in for kills. They are trying to take every fight they can. They're trying to be that third-party team, and what we saw the game before our last one, it nearly actually ended up being their downfall, getting pinched in between 2 squads. So I think it's about finding that balance now and playing it slow when you need to, but also not being afraid to take the fights in the way that they have done in the past few matches.
So I'm thinking about like drop spots and like POIs that are going to be like really contested. So again, I think if we look at Skyhook, I think that's certainly something that like could be looked into. I know that Lava Siphon's quite popular. We should be jumping into this game, so we're going to see it very shortly. A, the comps people are running with, B, where they're dropping. So let's see what happens.
Who are your eyes on right now? If we forget about the top few teams at the moment, for me, it's got to be the squads at the bottom. At least make something happen, because there's a lot of teams that, unfortunately, tonight have just not been able to chain things together how they want.
Yeah, we are going to see that final lock coming through shortly, and it seems to be just the very standard meta comp. We are seeing so much Seer Catalyst. They really have dominated this series of games. I honestly am not shocked that we are only seeing like one Crypto. It's such a hard character to execute on. Doesn't necessarily get you the value you'd want, and I wonder if we're going to see an immediate drop onto Maud here from any teams.
We'll see. I don't expect the hot drops to happen, but at the same time, if you're a team that's lower down, or, I mean, even if you're at the top end of things, why wouldn't you try and prey on someone who you see as a little bit weaker, maybe try and make the most out of this being our last time on this map, because it allows teams to actually go in and kind of cause a problem without being counter-stratted, without having to worry about, okay, they're going to drop in our location next map. Sure, there's a potential for it, but if your teams that land right next to each other and you want to take a fight early, why wouldn't you? Because there's such a big drop-off between first and second right now. It might only be one game, but you have to rely on Portsmouth not to drop a single kill if you're really trying to close that buffer off of just a standard match.
Yeah, for sure. And I was going to say, I really want some early combat here, and we are going to see some early fights already happening, just meleeing this poor person to death. And I do believe, like, I kind of read this a little bit in terms of, like, well, I guess I didn't actually. This is not at all where I thought action was going to happen. We are seeing a little bit of combat on Lava Fisher. I believe that's 3 squads total that have dropped here, by the way. A really aggressive push here from Team 14. It might have been 3, might have been 2. I think it was 2, actually. I take it back. Poor person just running for their life, and that is Team 12 already out of the runnings. Team 19 taking a little bit of aggressive pressure here. But wow, this is a lot more bloody than I thought it would be. I think this is not the best spot to be in right now. You hate to be locked in here. You have a Massive, you have R99, but how long can you take this fight reliably? You can keep throwing covers down, but you are eventually going to get third partied. Huge chunk of damage coming through onto that player. Inevitability, his death is inevitable, but oh no, it's going to be the Rampart going down first. Cave Crush in a really, really bad spot. The barriers are going to stop them from pushing into here, but it's 1, it's 2, and it's an inevitability. It's yeah, you're not wrong, but we are going to see that death taken away, and if we keep an eye on the kill feed, that is Team 19 eliminated for what has been a very, very quick start to this game. I think this might be the fastest we've seen 2 squads eliminated. I could be wrong, but it feels like it, that's for sure.
I don't know, game 1 things happened pretty fast before we even got to put anything together, but who knows? I mean, it just shows the level of action, and the fact that this is regarded as kind of the slower pace map out of the 2, to see 2 squads go down early gives a little bit more space for teams to work with later on. Spacers trying his best to defend the building as Bliss moves up over the top. Lots of util usage coming out, but nothing really connecting yet. There's the ult. This is going to cause problems now for the opposing team as Turtle tries to push up, lands a couple of shots, manages to crack the vest, still a burst or 2 away from finishing the job. Instead decides to switch over to the Spitfire, and now is the time to start slugging those shots out. But the third party from behind is causing problems. They're giving chase with everything they can as they want to confirm that point. They will in the end. Team 5 getting a couple on the board early, but need to be careful not to give up too much info. They were aware of the third party. They know it's going to cause them problems if they don't close in and get away from this soon.
Love this Octane pick, by the way. I think this is such a more high-tempo pick than we've seen throughout this. We've got the jump pad available, fast rotations, and I do believe there's going to be a little bit more combat coming through here on Lava City, which is, like, the sit ult coming down here. I believe that might be a total of 3 parties. Look at this. It's just a bloodbath, and so much util being thrown down. I believe that's 2 arc stars chucked as well. I don't think the team with the Cyril is going to be too worried here. Is kind of being held by like, oh, actually 3 purple vests. I take it back. I'd be pretty worried here. Can't reliably rotate out anywhere. Is on a really, really bad spot here and can just be held for like ever, basically, because they are in that ring still. Wonder if they'll be praying for third party coming through, trying to take Team 3 out of position. But I think Team Avalon has something to prove here and wants to secure these early kills.
Oh, but Asa runs right into the Arcstar. Not ideal. I mean, look, it's not a long range. It's not the kind of range that this opposing team are actually going to be making a push, but it is just a bit of a waste of a shield cell. Doesn't matter though, because he just wasted one of the others. Down goes that vest. As it seems like Team Avalon playing a little bit slow here, but certainly not afraid to start moving in. That's what we wanted to see, the door being reinforced and quickly blown apart. Pathfinder trying to make a move, but let's hop on board on the opposite end of things for a second. Never mind, we switch back and, well, long-range fire still connecting, but nothing converts. Someone has to close this fight sooner or later.
For sure, and the Pathy ult is still available. They can still make an aggressive push, but I think Team 3 is more than happy to drain resources. They probably have an advantage, and to be honest, with this low ball available to them right now, they are in a pretty decent spot if the other team does not have the same ability available. Because, like, what can you actually do here when you just eventually get timed out? This team is, yeah, granted, giving you, like, free Evo shield, like, charge, right? But they still have the advantage. They still have a lot of resource advantage, and you can just see Eternal just running around and getting resources, but it doesn't matter because we just cut to Team 16 getting eliminated in what was a very, very bloody fight taking place over there. Completely just the other side all the way over at the tree. But, like, there's so much happening around the map. I'm lost for words. I'm actually lost for words, and I hate to say that because you hate to say you're lost for words, but you're lost for words.
It's a tricky one here. Credit to the observers. They're doing everything they can to catch this all, but there is so much action, and it all seems to be happening at once. In comes the push from Team 15 now, as they were able to find a little bit of damage onto the opposing player. Finish off Didi with the shotgun. That's Team 18, aka MMU, out in 15th position. And more likely to follow. Already into the placement points again. These teams are just... There's a couple that just keep dropping quick. I just hope it's not the same ones every time. Smiley face with the wingman. Tries to land a couple. Not able to make anything. Instead pops the shield battery. Get ready to maybe close that distance a little further. Instead, though, everyone trying to disengage. Get ready with only 20 seconds left on the zone to see where it's going to pop next.
Can move through. I believe this is the mine pass here. Surely having to like just move through like this tunnel area. It's not in a great spot. Look at Mordecai's position. They are taking the high ground above this area. I suppose they are looking to actually read the rotation through here, and it's never going to be a good spot, especially when this ring starts closing in again. And this is part of it. It's 14 teams down, and we're already only on round 2. The ring will be closing in 3 minutes, roughly. But again, you just like have this disadvantage. And we pop back to Team 5. I was talking about how I really like this Octane pick, but they're still on grey shields. This is nowhere near as aggressive as I want to be seeing from a team like this. Literally running, Bang, Horizon, Octane should be in and out, taking these fights, zipping and zooming all over the place, has the jump pad, can make the strong engage, but it looks like the team has actually read the people playing on the high ground, actually able to take this fight, has the better shields, is throwing out all the util, ends up scanning more. Bang actually throwing through the shields, can spray through. Not sure if they have a ton of util. The Bang ult being popped here, and honestly has to force Mordecai out, but might actually be taken down. The sail coming through is going to read this push down, but I'm not sure if it is going to be enough.
The thermite did everything there, throwing down that thermite grenade, preventing them from being able to push back easily, and then throwing out that ult has really caused problems for Mighty Dragon. He takes down Mordecai. As now everybody tries to push through a little bit quicker. Smiley face leading the charge as the Wraith does a lot of damage there. But unfortunately, not landing the kill, the knock that they would have hoped for. Up over the rocks they go as the zone closes in. It actually looks like they want to start moving away. Gain themselves a little bit of distance between. Ult's ready to follow up again as Neo Fried flushes out one to try and confirm the point. Uses the jump pad to get away, but right now it looks like it's a bit of a retreat from Neo Fried and Vreemy to get a bit of safety, try and find another way in.
Wait, hold on. So that was a third party that came in. Neofried and Vremi actually ended up third partying CD5. Look at this position. Barely getting away with their life. They're hunting. They absolutely know they're still around here. Scans them out. Has to run for their life. CD5 surely drops him. Burning the Catalyst ult in desperation. Has to move back through that tunnel. Obviously, the Wraith does have the ability to actually chase this. Ends up taking this fight, but surely this is a fight you cannot win, and that is going to be the end of Team 8. A really unfortunate knock here for the Swansea Masters, and it now actually ends up giving this team the kill leader position, as another fight is happening here around a completely different position. Team 1 ends up taking another combat. So much util's being thrown onto this building. Surely ends up dropping more. Searscan able to actually take this aggressive fight, especially if there's only one squad.
Something about Evil Turnips has changed in the last few games. Don't get me wrong, they started strong, but now it feels like they're stepping up to a whole other level, just to try and prove, hey, we were number 1 for a reason. On the opposite side of things, 2 more squads getting ready to take a bit more urban combat on the edge of the zone. There's a long way for those edge teams to try and make a move, with only a minute remaining until that zone has fully settled. And now it's starting to get intense. Everybody taking claim of a building, starting to prepare the defenses for the late game. But if this thing shifts down to the southeast, teams are going to really struggle getting away from this and going through one of 2 choke points. Down goes Team 3. That's Team Avalon going down early, but Team 4, where's the audio? Happy to be in receipt of the points.
And it's so disappointing for Avalon, and you can't help but feel for them actually coming down from one of the top spots, but continuously cracking under that pressure. The ring is moving in, is getting third-partied from behind here on this position. Makes it so hard. Cyril being popped, ready to take a big fight coming through here. And I don't know if this is the fight they want to be taking here. I'm pretty sure you are in a really, really bad spot to look at this position here. Zali actually ready to move in with Hydro, forcing these 3 people stuck between these 2 separate squads. Sure, has high ground on one of them, is actually being third partied by another squad, but this is set to be very, very bloody. Does not want to give too much away. Bang, or ended up being popped on this high ground. I believe that is squad 1 collapsing in on Turtle. Joe Bear looking to get as many kills as possible. Evil Turnips wants to get as many points. They might actually end up getting third partied by the teams on this high ground. Horizon popping that tactical. Joe Bear trying to get as many, just trying to find anything right before they get knocked out, but surely this has to be the end. Barely getting away with their life. 1 HP as the other team getting attempting to third party on that high ground ends up having to get in another fight of their own. No one's getting the advantage. No one's getting the fights they want.
It is absolutely third-party central here as Team 17 prepare for yet another one. They were able to do a little bit of damage, crack the vest in the end. It's Forsainable using the building for cover, but quite a ways to go. I said if this circle pulls down to the southeast, there's going to be trouble, and it looks like there is indeed trouble. Everybody going to have to move between one of 2 choke points. I'd be surprised if we get out of this zone with more than 5 teams remaining. As things start to close through further, It'll backs off. And I think Team 17 realizing they are going to have to back away from this, just wanting to confirm the kill first.
Yeah, for sure. And this is, I'm sure you've noticed, a lot of teams in this, late game have actually been, playing a lot more to confirm kills and chase people down. I guess every point really matters now, and leaving up to fate that these people can get picked back up, or that you're going to get third-partied and taken out, is really a big part of, having to, rush in and secure these things. Look at how many teams are stacked around Lava Siphon here. They're going to have to actually end up moving to a disadvantageous position here. Actually, probably ends up moving down, and I believe the ring will sell at... I can't actually tell from here just because of this combat, but it doesn't even matter because look, Team 1 taking more combat. Once again, that Horizon is not going to matter, trying to attempt to get on that high ground, but look, just following back up. Team 5 is out, but there's another squadron ready to go. It's rough, and this, again, as you said, third party central, and I think your prediction might be right. We might actually lose a lot of squads coming into this round 3.
The choke points are just too much. I mean, they could try and use a balloon or something to get over, but I'm not even sure if there are any located in a position that is going to be much use. Sunny does get spotted out, thankfully able to get a bit of distance thanks to that passive. Thing chilling, closing up. It looks like Vremi and the rest of Team 2 looking to make themselves that push, but not able to do it without completely giving away their location. They want to make it over to this balloon, but as you saw the round just fly overhead, they know that they are going to be getting sniped at the time it comes out. The drone is detected. They're all trying to shoot it, but it is just zooming around, and if anything, just causing a distraction for Team 2 at this point.
For sure, and it's probably not even a team that is like taking their primary interest right now. Probably looking for an alternate form of rotation, and this is the issue with taking balloons or flying with Valk. When you're trying to rotate here, when there's so many teams available, you will just get beamed down by literally everyone watching you, and surely that has to be one player getting knocked here. That can't be absolutely nothing. But speaking of, all eyes on this one player gives you like a disadvantage. You want to get this kill while another team is probably watching you from afar, trying to hunt you down. Wraith can only do so much, but that is team 15 down. And Zali, who was a player who I saw putting on a very good performance earlier, actually ends up getting like taken down quite early as we move into stage 4. 8 squads remaining and 2 squads basically on top of each other here.
This is near impossible for these teams. If nobody is posted in the center, it's going to be a very short late game. It's for Sainable chilling inside of the cave, waiting for the opposing team to actually cause a distraction here, maybe land a couple shots onto Vremi as the rest of Team 4 close in further. Nice hip fire, able to find a significant amount of damage. That Digi is able to find one through the wall, and that is where it's just so powerful. Closing up further, Big Spray takes the vest off, but not able to confirm it here. And that's been the theme here for team number 4, doing everything they can to try and make something happen, but just getting pinched between so many other squads. Team 20 eliminated, followed immediately by team number 4, leaving us with only 6 squads left. A whole lot of points, and I can't help but notice I have not seen the Paladins once this game. I think they might have been one of the first teams to go down.
I don't actually, yeah, I think if that's the case, that's a really big upset. Either that or they're playing it very safe. I can't really tell from this point, but we're going to see that Citadel dropped onto this building, and that's so, you don't want to be in there. You really don't want to be in there, and thankfully they're not. I think the team who was in that building must have probably Wraith portaled out or something. A lot of util wasted on a squad that wasn't there, because that's a lot burned. I think there was like 3 ordinances and an ult there. Ends up detecting with the heartbeat sensor though, understands where they've rotated to, and knows that there's people playing on that high ground. Can at least kind of play this building. Now,
the circle getting ready to make its move. Everybody closes in onto Ital as kind of the focal point right now. Ult's coming in to try and land just a little bit of damage as Bing Chillin pops that Wraith ability to get a little bit of distance. No portal down to provide the team any rotation, but it doesn't look like they're planning on using it anytime soon. Fully focused onto holding out this final squad. As the slow burn starts to take place, the smokes are up. It's just hard to find anything through this. They are forcing this close range fight. I think Team 2 want to take this at a slightly closer range as Neofried finally starts to open up with the long range scope. He finds a knock to go with it, switches over to the shotgun, goes for the spray, but it doesn't quite work out. The reload on the Peacekeeper, that's the end of Team 2.
And that is so rough there, like so much taking. I don't think grabbing that beacon's going to mean too much. Maybe they actually look to enter back into the ring here and try and get someone up. But without those heat shields available, it is going to be so hard to get anyone up. Team 17 taken out. Dundee, Danger Ducks, you hate to see it, as there is very few teams left. But look, it is like the ones that we've been watching basically back and forth throughout this game. Team 1 obviously wants to take away here, needs to actually find these final kills, because sure, the placement points are nice, but you need to have a little bit more coming in. But Rift, wait, no, that's Portsmouth Paladins. They're still alive. Rift is on that team.
I don't know what they've been doing all game, but it's time for them to finally make some noise. I think they realize as long as they get into the placement points, they're kind of confirming themselves a little bit of safety. But for that to work, they need to get a lot of kills to go alongside it, just build themselves that safety net. With only 9 players alive, they're going to have to do it quick, as now all that info has been given away. Danny just trying to dodge, avoid peeking out of the windows as Rift. He's solo. He's just sneaking his way in. This is huge from Portsmouth Paladins. They went down early, but they've somehow snuck into the top 4 without even us noticing. This is massive. They have managed to net themselves already 5 points without having to worry about the kills.
So even if they actually end up taking quite a significant loss here, because I'm going to assume, let's assume they took no kills here, it's not too bad. Getting these placement points will mean they're going to move forward in the actual leaderboard, so no one can really reliably catch them up to them too significantly. Look at Rift, literally just edging their way around the zone as it moves forward, understanding that I'm not really a major threat. I'm not going to get caught out, but there's another squad right in front of them. I don't know if they're going to go completely undetected here, but speaking of, we have a little bit of shield swap action going forward from Danny. I like it. I like it. I like it, and preparing to take this next fight, knowing people are going to come around that corner, and actually has the bang ult available. This is going to be a huge like repositioning tool, forcing people out of really nice spots here. And look at this spot. I really like where Team 6 is right now, and honestly I think they have a really good split position here. Has so many good ults online here and ready to go for this final fight. 1 minute remaining until it is all or nothing. The final ring collapsing in, and there's a lot to play for. 4 squads remaining and more combat happening.
It's going to be tricky as we're into the final 4. Long-range shots coming out with the wingman, but not quite able to connect. Going to try and pop those shields as Rift is just happy waiting. Now, this is the smart thing from Rift. If this team ahead of him is able to actually take this fight, it kind of clears it out and makes the rest of the teams in the circle think, hey, we don't have to worry about this location. So it's just about playing it slowly now. Bill is going to be taking a couple shots as the digital threat. He's through the smoke and able to find a little bit of damage, but not all too much. Watty readies. The ping comes out to clear up that information. A whole lot more damage, but still nothing converted. Watty, no matter how much they try, is constantly getting peppered and getting that vest taken off. There can't be that much shield left in the inventory now as the smoke's there for cover. It's a matter of time till it dissipates, but the hard cover's pretty much center circle, and while it wasn't a position anyone wanted earlier, they certainly are all dying for it now. In comes the push. They spot out. They get the info. The Watson gates are already set up, and this is mayhem. Bangalore ult throws down. Lots of bombs landing all around. I cannot see anything. You can't even tell what's going on. Observers, give us a free cam or something. What is happening? This is so hard. Like, look at this. And Rift is still chilling. He spotted on the... Oh, no, this could spell doom, but I don't think they're that concerned with Rift lurking round the edge. You see Team 6 moving forward. This is all or nothing. Understanding that Watson will stay in there, but Watson, as long as they're not taking vision from that third party. Look at the Wraith positioning on top. It's going to be brought out by Bill. Has to take that portal back. Danny moving forward. They're just trading back and forth between position, able to refresh their shields in safe cover. That ring is moving forward. We are now getting into desperation as this ring is eventually going to make this just unplayable. Rift is still chilling at the side. Maybe they'll actually get second place placement. Surely not with that Seal coming down. The jig is up, but I don't think they care. Going for Watty and Bill here. Rift actually might have to take combat. I don't know. Look, Bill actually almost forced into the ring. He's taking damage. Is he going to just deny to zone or something at this point? I mean, the smoke.
Oh, down to the nade.
Cover here for Rift. He's moving around to the side to use the rock as cover. There's 3 squads left, but one of them is only a solo. Bill is about to start taking damage as well. Everybody's just focused on this solo player. That's it. Rift's made it in second place. Can he get a kill to go with it? No, he can't, but that doesn't matter. Team 6 get themselves the win, but there's only one winner from that match, and that's Rift from Portsmouth Paladins. The team must have gone down within the first 5 squads. We didn't see anything from them all game. Sorry to take the spotlight, Team 6, but either way, an extremely impressive endgame.
Like, HKers can, like, win the game all they want, but as you said, Portsmouth Paladins actually getting that second place placement points after basically losing the early game. Really well played. And honestly, Evil Turnips also being able to get in that top 3, really important for their points as well after getting those numerous kills. We are going to come back with the final game on Storm Point for the Apex Legends Finals at Amazon University Esports. Make sure you stay tuned. It's gonna be insane.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London. Saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final of the Amazon University esports Apex Legends, the UK and Ireland. It has been intense, and that last game just summed it up. Rift, causing a rift in the final zone, I guess you could say, because he completely ruined everyone's games to a certain extent because he denied so many placement points. And I know we haven't seen the leaderboard yet, but I have got a bit of a preview here. They were able to salvage 9 points off of that. That was second place without any kills whatsoever. So really impressive. Let's take a look over at the overall standings, though, and see how they currently stack up, because it might end up being a battle for second place unless Evil Turnip step it up big time. But the important thing is Southampton can't close the distance.
That is actually insane. That is such an insane diff, right? If we math it out, I think Southampton would have to do an incredible amount of kills and like get first placement here. This is absolutely insane for Portsmouth getting that second place placement, because even though they got no kill value, they've kept a significant distance, because Turnips would, because they were on 66 last game, Turnips would have only been 4 behind had they died early. Had Rift not been able to pull off that hero play, they actually would have been possible to take up with them. But Turnips is the only team that can contest them right now. And it's hard. It's really, really tough. If Portsmouth has even like a mediocre game, they take it for first. Sleeping between games has a lot of diff to make up, and honestly, they might not be like the best in the lobby because Paladins is there, but fighting for second place is definitely worth it. Where's the audio? HKers as well. Like, these are all teams that can absolutely like contest for second spot. It's going to be a lot harder for the rest of the people in the top 5 compared to Evil Turnips, though, with a nice lead of 62. And unfortunately, to every other team, I think it is going to be very, very hard. And it's crazy seeing how like the top 4, the top 5, of Team Avalon, like the Apex Sus Boys and the Cheer Challengers, like, are so far behind, especially after being so highly seeded with such a great points lead for the weeks. It's crazy to see just how these finals are mixed up by having these points resets, and it really has shown that some people are willing to step up when it matters. I think we're, speaking of stepping up, we're going to be stepping onto Storm Point next, right?
Yeah, it's going to be our last map of the evening. It's going to be on Storm Point. I wish I could provide more insight here, and I think both of us do, because there is so much that's up in the air. It's going to be so hard for us to make any form of prediction. But the fact is, right now, Portsmouth Paladins are cautiously optimistic in first place. There's still 15 points between them and second. So if Portsmouth, for some reason, were to have a similar game to last match, without the heroics, that is very, very easy for Evil Turnips to step up and take that first place. It's going to be close. I wish I could say more, other than I just want to see what happens and finally get to speak to maybe Rift at the end, because if they win, I know that he's the player I want to be talking to.
It's crazy as well, because again, they did an absolute clutch play, but I think that Evil Turnips shouldn't be underestimated coming into this, because I think that's when we started seeing them pop off, as soon as we actually popped on to Storm Point. So I assume we're going to be jumping straight into this. I want to see a really good result here from Evil Turnips. Let's see what happens.
Let's have a look at the team composition first, because obviously we just went over to World's Edge. Now we're back on Storm Point. I expect things to change back, but maybe for some of these teams, this is where they just pull it out the bag, go with the strat that is completely off the wall, just in the hopes of making something connect.
Someone locked Revenant. Huh? Who's picking this character ever? What? That is a true desperation move from Apex Hustlers. I mean, I don't think they're in it for the running. I think they're in it for the memes now, because like Revenant is such an interesting, and by interesting, I mean interesting quotation marks pick.
As we hop into our final game, just want to say a huge thank you to everyone who makes this event possible, specifically to our sponsors, Prime Video, Prime Student, and Omen, because without this, Without them, none of this would be happening. And wow, we're so happy it did, because it's been intense. It's hot drop central now for a lot of these teams. I would expect if you're down at the bottom, a lot of these teams are just waiting for an early bedtime now. They just want to get some rest, maybe separate themselves from the match, but that's not going to go well here for Team 8 as they immediately take a fight, losing 2 players. There's only our Sage left up with a Mozambique of all weapons, going to try and make something work, but that is what we were talking about when we said get those points while you can. An early game hot drop works out and gets 2 potentially on the board if they can confirm the flush, but no! Sage able to return the fire, actually lands a little bit of damage, still a lot of work to be done, but if he keeps this distance, keeps peppering shots, it buys slightly more time and maybe even hoping for a third party to come through to provide a chance to revive. Oh,
and
no.
you like cast it, like he just manages to dodge the scan, but you cast the curse to this guy's loot, able to pick up a flatline, a PK, and purple armor hit, but I'm gonna get like crossed on it, and it's so hard there, getting pushed from every single angle. That is gonna be an execution on Team 8, and Team 4 will secure those kills. There's so many downs in the kill feed right now. Look at Eden just getting a kill, not only getting that, but like getting 2 here. Look at the standings right now. Let's go have a quick look at the standings. Take a break real quick. As I try and get my head around what's happening in tree. I'm pretty sure there's a team at like each end of like tree right now looking to take combat with each other. I wonder if Team 15 will be able to catch the people inside the building. Do they know? Do they know? What are they cooking? I do not know if they understand, if they know where the rest of the team is. Probably going to look to rotate out and not try and take any aggressive combat here. Even though they do have an advantage here with the Evo Shield purple ready to go, but like, damn, we went from like a real bloody situation to, yeah, and even then we're still seeing in the kill feed more kills going through. I think it's going to be less focus on squads dying, and a lot of people are going to be playing for placement here. I don't think you'll see a lot of squads dropping, but you will see quite a few individual players.
This is going to be tough. Down to just a solo here for team number 20. That's couldn't care less. I'm not sure. Leicester,
yeah, because Leicester
anyway.
Couldn't care less, right?
Yeah, but yeah. Oh, that's it. Yeah, it's the C that threw me off. It's the spelling of the name. Some of these names are brilliant. Anyway, look, they're gonna try and get the banners, get them over to a beacon, but I'm not sure about you. I have not seen many successful revives so far tonight. It seems like once you're down to a solo, it's almost over for you.
There was like that one res on Barometer.
It's the
and
only
I think that's
one
the
I've seen.
only one I remember actually working, because it was like such a good position already taken, and it was like right next to where the combat happened. So again, as you said, I think it's probably not going to be smart for teams to play for like respawns, especially again. It's just such like a pub style game, right? Like a lot of people are just like turbo sprinting it, like trying to look for fights, but I don't think you can really like hold space long enough to like, you know, actually get these reses off. Team 14 down, by the way, taken out straight away. I do believe that is going to spell the end for the Strathers from Strathclyde. Very, very unfortunate. We are specking Team 15. We were talking about how Gibby fell off, but looking to draft that Gibby. This is like an interesting pick here, coming maybe desperation for the Giga Chads. Don't think they can actually make their way back into the top 5, but hey, it doesn't hurt, right?
I mean, it could work in the late game. That's what I'm going to say. They've got 2 very, quick, aggressive abilities on the squad. So maybe that third is just kind of biding for the late game. That might be the strategy they decide to go with. As now, Team 9 just making the most out of the loot situation. They do need to be a little bit concerned with teams close, but not too close to apply immediate pressure. They've got a bit of space, and likely the fact that they don't have info is going to make them play a little bit more nervous. Need to be careful, though, as they are quite split up. That could quickly change.
I think that was the only team actually on the wall, which is quite interesting, because normally you see that spot quite contested, right? I think that was the only team in that position at the time. Maybe they took a fight earlier, eliminated the other team, but has quite a bit of time to loot up. The only reason it makes me think that they didn't is because that guy had like grey shields, which with like no Evo damage, so they had like no fight. We are seeing a really interesting composition come through from Team 5.
No.
Having to, they're really stuck between a really bad spot here, getting collapsed on pretty aggressively. Bunch try and get them down. That is another down, and Turtle is the only one left. Beast of the Hunt ready and active. Going to be looking to get as many kills as possible, taking this fight, but a little bit of a whiff. That is a bang or forced to move forward, and that is Team 5 and Team 15, whilst we've been talking, out of the running, taken down by Team 13, sleeping between games, and they are not sleeping now. They they're coming for that #1 spot, at least #2, but I know these guys are going to want to take their rivals down, so they're doing all and everything. It's all or nothing now, as we're now following Team 7, the victors, the current people at the top of the leaderboard, who are having a lot of better luck in this game than we've seen in the previous one. I'm not sure they've actually got any kills or any damage down yet. But being alive right now, being able to play for these placement points is still a good thing. Still being around is better than what they had last game.
All they need to do, in theory, is remain standing and then get a couple kills. If they can find a couple of points early on, then maybe it is time for Paladins to play a little bit slower, focus on that placement, and take the lessons they learned in that previous game, try and turn them into a couple further points, just to increase the buffer. For Paladins, it's not a position where you want to be taking any risk, but for Team 17, Dundee Danger Ducks, it certainly is. They need to start closing that gap, and it's looking ever so tricky, as now they're going to be out inside the zone, using the digital threat to its fullest, looking through the smoke, finding the damage, finding the knock, but not able to follow with the second. Bald Dad #9 trying to get over to safety, waiting for support off of his teammate, but not able to find anything yet, and seeing nothing through the smoke. Sustainable trying to pop the heal, as all of these players tanking a decent amount of damage now. They need to get inside of this circle, because it's just going to start doing more as they stay out here for longer, and it increases in terms of that DPS, taking more damage. This has got to be the end for Team 17.
And I feel like, so it's early ring damage, but like there's no way that Bald Dad gets out of here being hunted right now.
Not getting the beacons either.
Yeah, no way. And that kind of, and again, like this is the disadvantage of like, you can't, like if you're running no support, you can't be affording to like play on the edge. You can't really afford to like not craft these banners back up, and there's no actual way. But like at least they actually get out of this like in a good spot. They're probably, I think that might have been their last med kit. So I think this person is going to die to the zone. And what a tragic end to Team 17, falling out of the ring on death, and actually going to leave an incredible amount of loot here for Team 13. I told you, Southampton was coming for everything. They want this win desperately, and you can see how hard they're working for it, as Team 7, Portsmouth, having a quiet game.
They're just waiting. They're just playing for the placement. Team 10, though, playing for every point they possibly can. As DTM tries to open up the spray, the ult going to be coming out, trying to set up a bit of a bombing zone. Might just land onto JJC, sorry. As up goes the zones. Oh, big spray, able to take down the vest. The Watson now being shut down further and further. Smoke is up, going to try and break that line of sight, but in come the Arc Stars, starting to slow them down slightly. Doesn't connect as well as he would have hoped, as now the flush comes through, takes down Rizbones, and backing away. Smart from Team 10. They took the fight, they're inside the zone. Now it's time to readjust and reevaluate your situation. It looks like, though, they still want to commit to it. They have eyes on the team up the hill, but do they know about the other players nearby?
Has the ability to get out really quickly after they loot this person as well, has that Balcott available. If they need to dip, they'll dip. And we are seeing another fight taken through, and this is first team taking this fight here inside the Cyril. Needs to live, and I think they do. They've eliminated Team 9, putting them in a good spot. You can see this is another team that just wants that first, and they are, out of every team in these matches right now, in the best position to take it. And honestly, like, if we see here, like, they're playing around the edge of where the ring is collapsing, and they've got a good position. They've actually been able to lock down Command Center pretty nicely here. And if we can assume from how the ring is moving, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that it may end like Launchpad / Colony / Stormcatcher, maybe. Wild guess. I could be completely wrong. What you watch it be like Gale Station or something, like all the way down south, but I don't know. We'll have to see as the map develops move. But right now, Team 1, really nice spot, really good hold. Just got to keep it up.
Rule 1 of casting BRs, you never predict the circle, because if you're wrong, everyone will never let you live it down. And if you're right, the players will complain because you always pick the most fun one. So we'll see how it ends up going. Team 13, though, they are just doing everything they can to loot up, get as kitted as possible, and take some shots to close that distance. Team 11, though, higher, landing some long-range fire. Not able to convert it yet. Senkyu getting ready to use abilities, but just waiting for that clearance, making sure that it is definitely going to be used to its fullest, clearing out behind as they are pretty comfortable sitting inside the circle now. They do not have to worry all too much anytime soon.
Yeah, for sure. Haya got a really, really good position here. Obviously, Team 11... But I feel like this is a team that's definitely quite underrated. Has been performing throughout today. Been putting on a good performance. Definitely respectable as well. Let's see if they can output a little bit more damage. It's going to make them a little bit harder for those top teams to actually take these Ws home. Obviously, I don't think we've discussed enough, but it's not just about the top teams performing well that cause an... Yeah, that's Team 6 out. Wow, that's one of the top teams already out. It's not just about the top teams actually performing well and not dying. It's about how other teams that are lurking around this mid spot, like, you know, Team 11, that can actually steal these kills away from them, upset them, actually live long enough to make it way harder to play for these placement points. So it's more, it's not only just about how many kills can these top teams get, but like we have to keep an eye out for these other important teams around the map, especially ones on such good positions as this one.
I'm a little bit concerned because I haven't seen anything from Evil Turnips yet, and they are a team that need to come out swinging. They might be waiting for the late game, confirm those placement points and the kills to go with it, but it has to be a big one for them, and right now, they're just sat there waiting. There is nothing going on. They are really just letting the points slip away, and you got to think every point that Portsmouth Paladins are able to gain is going to be, in theory, one that they lose. They are just locking themselves further into second unless something changes quickly. Team 11, though, they're just going to be popping some shots, trying to break down the doors, really preparing for that late game, knowing that teams are going to have to start moving into their positions soon. Shrewd sneaks their way in. Time for an edge fight with only a minute 20 left on the clock till it moves. It's Moss again in the early game. Done a lot of damage so far, but after taking significant hits from the zone, and of course losing damage to the shield, it's going to be a problem. Lots of fire coming out either side. Moss is doing what he can to try and make it count, but down to no health.
Wow.
And shut down with the shotgun. That is the end of Team 4 and Team 10. This is starting to look like a bit of a stomp for the top end teams, and that point buffer is not going to be getting challenged anytime soon.
And that's crazy as well. That was a 2v3 for
That
Where's the
Paladins.
Audio. That was a 2v3 for There's the Audio, and that was really, really bad, actually ending up losing that. And as you said, Paladins as well, actually being able to find advantages around the map. Evil Turnips cannot really play for placement points because they have to understand that Paladins are not a force to be reckoned with kills-wise. I'm not entirely sure if this passive playstyle is going to play off. I understand the point, but you're good enough that you could be challenging people here. You need to start doing that. Make some space around the map. And look at the way it's collapsing in on an already established position. DD surely doesn't get away with their life. They actually ends up being able to teleport away with the Loba Bracer, but will end up getting picked off. And that is the end of MMU Team 1. It's because you didn't choose a more interesting name. I'm sorry to tell you.
At least, you know, do a play on words or something. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. We've seen some of the names tonight, and they left a lot to be desired. You know,
there's like MMU...
Apex Sus Boys, like that was a thrown together name.
I mean, to be fair, it's based on like the idea of it's like Sussex. It's like Apex Sus Boys, and it's like it's funny.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I thought they were just throwing it together. That makes more sense now.
Yeah, so I guess it's like funny because like Among Us as well or whatever, because people.
Okay.
But like at least like. This is interesting because MMU is already like Manchester like Minotaurs, I'm pretty sure. So like they could have at least ran with that, you know. MMU Team 1 just feels like drab and dry, and I like this spot that Team 1 is playing. We're talking about how they're playing like hyper safe, but they're playing like a really, really icky spot inside a building there in the ring. But like, what happens when that ring closes? You can't really get out without going back through the like the outside of the ring, having to rotate and take damage, put yourself in a disadvantageous spot. So I'm not sure chilling there until something happens is the best idea.
Looks like Team 16 trying to move up that hillside. Durham defenders trying to defend the edge of this zone for everything that it's worth. They've got the hillside to try and look after as they spot out one. The vest does get cracked as now They try to close in further. In comes the util as the bombing zone lands. Down goes one. The Wraith has been spotted, but able to get over to safety just about in time. Little Monkey being careful, making sure that they're not going to get third party from the right as they push onto this, or maybe just thinking, hey, we got to back away. We'll set up on the other side of this choke point, and then we can be the ones to decide who makes it out and how we play this, as opposed to playing a more aggressive game and potentially being held out themselves by a team already inside zone.
Yeah, for sure. We are going to cut to the infamous fourth party who... Come on, guys. Like, more playing for placement, 30 damage done. I told you I needed to see a little more blood coming from this quite inconsistent team. It's a real shame that we never ended up seeing that in this series. But anyways, enough about that. Back to Team 11. Haya got the higher ground over here as Rick Primes is just poking away with that charge rifle, understands where the other team is, and honestly forcing out the rotate into a really not so great spot. As Team 2, the Sus Boys, that is going to spell their end here. Valk ready to burn for Team 1 as soon as that ring starts closing in. I did not realize that that actual area was open. So very smart to just play for placement here. But surely waiting a little bit longer until the ring starts closing in. They're actually prepping, ready to burn as soon as stuff... That's Avalon. Avalon's out the way, and that is real rough. And Speen, like, wow, we are spinning over here, and truly riveting gameplay, getting itchy trigger finger. We are going to start moving on. And the best bit about this is you can spot out where the other squads are. Granted, you do give away your position big time.
Are they playing for the hillside?
No way, surely not. They can't land here. This is such a bad land spot.
Oh no.
Wait, they just launched themselves into the enemy team. Wait!
Zipped in the open as well. Watty goes for the spray and is able to find something, but the rest of the team is so far away. They can only really provide fire support right now, using the rocks for cover. It will protect them from the ult as it comes in, but it's still not going to be an easy one to defend against. The zone continuing to close. I'm not sure whether they're fully inside. They should be for the end of this circle just because of the way that the rocks are shaping up, but it's not an ideal position. They are pinched into a corner. I think that even Turtles have overestimated this one, and Portsmouth Paladins, if they spot which team it is, if they know how close this fight is going to be, they are going to push onto this. If they realize it's the second place team, who cares if they lose a player? We just need to deny them as much as we can going into the late game. As now Paladins, they slow it down. They've not given any info away yet, and it's actually going to be the team on our left that decides to make the push instead.
Wow, and we are seeing a really strong collapse. You should not have been playing this safe. I think this might be the end of the evil turnips getting plucked, but actually, it's Portsmouth Paladins that gives them the cover that they need. We are seeing an immediate jump back to combat here. Team 1 just cowering behind this rock. They do not have Valkor available. There is no safe way to get out. Playing this high ground is the only thing left. That Cyril is about to go down. You are now stuck and being revealed by the opposing Cyril as the team tries to collapse, has to use the tactical, try and give a bit more of an advantage, but Watty is down, and it's not looking good. Your hopes are getting splashed. You're getting third party. Has to run in, find any kills possible. Sunny, and the last hope for the evil turnips bill is out, and Team 1 is gone, and it is all or nothing as Portsmouth is now facing off against Ven, able to pick up their teammates coming into this. But like, I don't know. You are in such a bad spot that I don't think they've got the Wraith portal available either. They ended up burning that shortly before the fight, so that must be like setting like 50-60 right now unless they've got an ult accelerant, but I don't think they do. Throwing out the smokes to try and give a little bit more cover, but look at where Rick Primes is playing right now, the kill leader of this game. Team 11 causing a real upset. Haya all the way over. Really weird off angle, but this is the last 3 squads, and we are moving into round 5 a little bit earlier than I was going to expect. Tactical going wide, maybe trying to catch out people who were considering going back through the ring for that rotate. Smokes going down, maybe just healing up, but that rock is going to start being in the zone. Force just keep moving.
Portsmouth are doing everything they can to put kills on the board. They are growing that distance. I don't think there's a way that anyone can catch them. I think it is a battle for second place with evil turnips out of the way. see how that ends up unfolding as everybody just holding on to the cover that they have for everything that it's worth. But Portsmouth Paladins, they're going to be able to play this rock. It looks like everybody else pretty happy with a little bit of hard cover. Granted, the high ground goes the way of that northern team, but as everybody appears focused, I think they realise that it is, in fact, the northern team that's going to cause the majority of the problems. Out comes the scans, trying to get a little bit of info on just exactly where everybody is. Spacers from Paladins was spotted out, taken down low, but pops the shield cell and should be back in it in no time. It is a slow burn here, and I would not expect a push to come out until this zone starts to make a move, unless somebody decides to pop an ult and just go full send. It slows down as that team on the wall have to start making a move sooner or later. They are sharing it with the zone, and it is backing up onto them. Maybe the shots between Portsmouth and our northern team might just be enough to cause a distraction and allow them to push out as Rift is fully healed. It seems they are focused on this wall. They don't know that they've pretty much won it, so they are still playing for every point here.
For sure, and we are going to see the Catalyst and the Citadel is available for Portsmouth. They have that lethal combo that is going to give them so much cover, and another Catalyst ult comes up. There is going to be so we're talking about how much of an open space is. This is not open anymore. This bang ult comes down. I believe that Portsmouth are just going to play the angle to be able to dodge most of the damage, but is still going to get caught. Space is not a great spot, just has to heal up, but can watch this third party happening. A huge fight going on this corner, and Portsmouth has the perfect angle. Team 13 is out. And look, there is wall after wall. Really bad angle. Rift taken low. Rick Primes is down. Colonel Cobb and Sinku. It's a 1v2, and that is a victory secured. A second win for the Portsmouth Paladins, and they are going to take the series home. The Apex Amazon University Esports Finals will be taken by the Portsmouth Paladins. Incredible performance throughout the series, really stepping up, and I'm so excited to be able to jump into an interview very shortly. Chunks, you must be over the moon right now.
I'm trying to remain neutral, but yeah, I'm very happy. This is the first event I've casted where Pompey have been able to actually, win it. So I'm very excited right now, but credit to them for being able to play a little bit slower at the beginning, but also Evil Turnips. There was a lot lacking there, and I hate to say it, I know what they were trying to do. They were just trying to hold on to points and wait for that late game, but they just played too passively. When it comes down to that final game and there's a 15-point gap, you can only do so much with placement. You have to get the kills, and we knew a hyper-aggressive playstyle was what was going to work tonight, and I think Paladins have absolutely demonstrated that perfectly.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that, I really believe that, every single team that played tonight really gave it, a lot of their best. Sure, some of the teams at the top kind of whiffed a little bit, but I think it's more about the teams at the middle that put in so much effort to building themselves up on that leaderboard. That really deserves to go recognized. They really fought for everything. And speaking of, we're going to be getting a short interview with a member of Portsmouth Paladins after this break, so make sure you stay tuned to find out what was going on inside the brain after they took this victory, because I want to know.
Please get us Rift. I need
please
to know
get
what
us Rift.
there.
Make sure you stay tuned. We might get Rift. You never know. Stay tuned.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London. Saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Well, that is it. 6 games down, and we have our winners. It's clearly Portsmouth Paladins. We don't even need to look at the leaderboard after that one. We have an interview lined up. Rift, let's get you in here and talk about tonight's matches, because you did not disappoint, and specifically you, Rift, in that what was it, third, fifth game, sneaking your way into the very end. I gotta ask, what was running through your mind that match?
I'm not gonna lie, I just thought about what, 5 or 6 teams. I mean, if you go back and watch from my point of view, I mean, you can't, but like, I think about 5 or 6 teams just like ran right past me. Like, I was running from the start. We literally instantly all died, and I just ran across the whole map. I had a crypto team chasing me. It was just chaos. It was great though. I was laughing the whole time. It was brilliant.
That's actually hilarious. And honestly, there was like so many. I think that end bit, you actually got scanned, right? I think you actually got scanned by the Seer Tactical, and they just didn't do anything. And I thought that was really funny. But wow, you guys really stepped up compared to how you were placed in the leaderboard. You were 7th coming into this as well. You were kind of like middling the pack coming into this. So like,
yeah,
you really put like the work in kills wise. What happened?
Well, I think the thing is in a lot of the qualifiers, we just sort of got RNG'd and lost to like random, like, you know, misnomer, just random things. It wasn't really anything we could do about it. But I also hadn't played the game in about 2 months, so I just came back to it. So I wasn't really warmed up. So I was just took me a couple of weeks, obviously, to get back into it. But the last few days as well, I was playing a lot. So I guess, and obviously my teammates as well, of course, can't forget them. But yeah, we played really well.
I mean, it clearly worked out for you guys. I gotta ask, you know, you talked about the fact that in the previous rounds it didn't go too well. Was there much of an adjustment in play style, or do you think that the kind of hyper-aggressive style that you guys pulled out tonight was maybe part of the reason that you had those problems in the previous rounds?
Well, I think the thing is, the game, like, I think the first week we did pretty well. We got 70 points in the first week. But then the meta changed. They introduced all the new passives. They changed a lot of the heroes, because we were originally running Watson, Valk, and Loba, I think. But then we changed up the comp, so I had to learn Catalyst. So I think it's just been just like a culmination of the meta changing, and we just, you know, got practice in as well as a team, because we've never played together before. And I don't even really play ranked. I just mainly play pubs all the time. So I played some ranked with the guys, and I know we just clearly gelled quite well. If you look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, for sure. You guys absolutely smashed it, and all I have to say is like just well done as well, because like it's so hard like coming into this. Was there any like teams you were really worried about, especially in this final week, or any teams you're really happy you beat?
Well, I think Evil Turnips were like they were one of the top teams. I think Avalon as well, because I know one of the players on Avalon. I think mainly them. I mean, we convinced we could get top 3. Coming into this, we were like, we'll get top 3 easy. But it was I don't know. I think a lot of teams played well, and you know, well done to everyone. But I'm glad we won, and I think we deserved it. So.
Yeah, certainly did. Amazing plays from you all tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy your evening. I'm sure it's going to be a lot less stressful than that game where you were sneaking in all night.
Yeah, I'm going to eat some food. I'm starving.
Get some rest, have a good one, and enjoy the prizes. Thank you so much, Riff, for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, that is it for us tonight. What a set of games it was. Huge thank you again to Prime Video, Prime Student, and of course Omen for making this all happen. Before we shoot off though, let's take a look over at the leaderboard to see exactly where everyone sits, because we talked about Portsmouth Paladins, but it's the top 3 that are taking home prizes. And wow. Evil Turnips, I was criticising them for not playing aggressive enough. I don't think it would have made a difference with the way that Portsmouth Paladins' last game went.
That's incredible. 94. That's actually nuts. That's actually such a nuts total diff, and it really shows like how much they stepped it up. And Evil Turnips again, the number one coming into this. I guess Paladins have something to prove, but like really, really impressive results from everyone who playing today. Obviously, everyone in the top 5 performed incredibly well. Everyone, in fact, everyone playing today is here for a reason. It's because they're the top 20 playing in the Uni League right now. So I think we have to give massive credit to everyone playing today. But like, especially like, congrats to Port from the Paladins. Absolutely eclipsing score. And as you said, this wouldn't be possible with our sponsors. So thank you very much to every single person on the broadcast team as well, making this happen. It's been so hard trying to follow this action. And I guarantee you, without everyone behind the desk, there's no way we'd be able to cast this properly. So
only 2 observers, by the way, as well.
It's really, really impressive, and especially when it's happening all live as well. It's not even like a delayed observation. So really, really good job. Thank you to everyone else who's been a huge part of this, and thank you to the viewers at home for coming to watch this incredible series of finals. I have been the Mac. This has been Chunks, and we will catch you for whenever around next. Make sure you stay around for just these broadcasts in the future. And thanks for watching the Apex finals for the Amazon University Esports for UK and Ireland. Woo! Woo!